I hope you didn't come because it was off air. Hi, this is Candy Johnson. I am your host, and this is Real Talk, brought to you by Real Raw Records. Today's topic, we'll be talking about the Wolf of Wall Street. And we have Jeff here, our special guest, and give us a little insight on what he know about the Wolves of Wall Street. How you doing, Jeff?
Good, and I saw the movies.
Okay, all right. I love that movie.
It was a wonderful Scorsese movie, brilliantly filmed, and just wonderful to watch. I'd like to watch it again. And DiCaprio was great, and yes.
Absolutely. I love that movie. As a matter of fact, I have a record, what do you call that? DVD, that movie. And I specifically, when I purchased it, and put it in my inventory of inspirational type, because I like to get movies that move me in some type of way, and so I have a collection of movies that inspire me, and that happened to be one of them. And I'm not inspired by that to indulge in stock, but it was very moving, a very moving production for anyone aspiring to a goal. If you look at the progression of how, he went about,
Right.
He went from nothing to something, back down to nothing to something, it was realistic.
Right, rags to riches and riches to rags.
Right. Very realistic, Oh, but very realistic. Of course, they tied the love story in now, but even that in itself, to me, was very touching, because the way that they depicted it, that although he had the beautiful woman with the banging body, she wasn't real satisfying to him in the relationship, And
They didn't connect.
Right, and it's so realistic, because I come across that a lot with hey Sue. I come across that a lot with
Candy, what's going on?
we talking about the Wolf of Wall Street.
The Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were talking about the movie.
No, I got my phone. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but anyway, in that movie, when he was first with the girl that's successful and banging body, but she was kind of not mentally compatible with him, and so I come across that a lot, being interacting with men that are very well off, okay, and they approach me the same way, when they do approach me or other women. But I can mostly speak on my behalf personally. That there
Candy.
I muted you for a reason, because I was talking, hon.
You see I want to say something to you, Candy, real quick. You see my brother? This is my brother. You see him, Candy?
What about your brother? Hi.
I was just wondering, can you really see me? I ain't never did this with my little brother.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I could see you.
Hey, Candy, you still think I'm a crazy racist?
I didn't think that at first. I do think that your belief system and what you are teaching people is very racist. As far as being crazy, I don't consider people as being crazy just because they have a difference of belief system.
Tell your brother Christian.
She a Christian too.
You're a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian. Stop telling people that. Jesus, I
Might
told
as well be.
why
I'm a
I might as
Christian.
well
I'm
be.
a Christian. I'm a Christian.
Okay.
Tell him why he should be wrapped up in Christianity, Candy.
My little
She
brother.
believe in a whole Bible. She not Christian. She don't believe like I believe though. He wrapped up in Christianity.
You know what a father Satan is in the Bible in Ezekiel?
Um, this conversation, I'm gonna need y'all to know this conversation is not about Christianity. This is about real life stuff.
Right, about real life.
So I'm gonna need y'all to stay on topic. Okay, don't come over here with your own agendas. Go outside to hang out if you need to, and check out the topic.
Well, can I bring up a real life topic, maybe?
Hey, how are you doing, Istis?
Great. Actually, I don't know, Jeff. We were talking about this in the other hangout, and I slightly disagree with you. I think that it's right that there should be some sort of deterrent for doing this, because obviously there's a monopoly, and so it's much more easier to abuse these kind of defense services because there's a monopoly on them through the state. But that, so say it costs $10,000 or $50,000 for that one swatting. And from an economic standpoint, it wouldn't make sense to have additional taxpayer money go towards housing and feeding this kid in prison, because you're already losing money from the swatting, and then you're losing money from housing this kid in jail. So I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts.
Oh well, I thought the bigger picture. Yes, that he went to jail and all that stuff. Yeah, that's not how justice should be involved. And sorry about this. We're just finishing up something really quickly. No, that's not ideally. No, but this kid should have had to compensate those people. That would have been ideal.
Right, of course, and he would
but that he got the premise of their thing was, oh, this is terrible. He was a small kid, and no, that he did a really harmful thing, and I was looking at it in the context of the current system. But you're quite right. It should have been about it should have been compensatory.
Exactly right.
Yeah. But anyway, we're on a different show now, so sorry about that.
No, y'all can go ahead as long as we're talking about real life issues going on.
No, let's talk about what you're concerned about. You watched the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, which I did see several months ago, and I would be glad to comment on.
I haven't seen it, but I think I heard the plot. Isn't it for this guy who sells like junk stocks, like penny stocks or something?
Right, and he, he's a shady character. It's a very well done movie. It was.
Well, he goes from being a shady character to being actually somewhat a very respectable character.
Somewhat redeemed. At
the
end.
Redeemed. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. So,
well, you know what I find interesting about that is actually there's people who make money by propping up these stocks, but then there's also the sharks, the people who actually will short on these penny stocks and make money, will take money out of the sharks' hands, essentially, because, they're shorting at the same time that they're shorting and taking a piece of the pie.
Right.
Sort of like a vigilante of stocks, eh?
Well, yeah, that's how the market works. When there's more competitors, it becomes more efficient, and you can extract less profit from the market because there's more competitors.
And the penny stock thing, the things, this really a lot of shades of gray here as far as people who really were criminal and who really weren't. And I think you find that a lot of people really weren't criminal. People like Michael Milken were very much criminalized, but really what they were doing was they were making it more affordable for the average person to invest in smaller firms and firms that may not have had access to the investment capital that was offered to larger firms. And so, what Michael Milken did was actually a really good thing for a lot of small companies. It wasn't good for some big entrenched interest companies, but it was really good for very small companies, and many of which became big companies and became part of the companies that we all think of today. They all started. I'm sorry, some of them, not all of them, but a few of them started out as these penny stocks that Milken was able to prop up, and they wouldn't exist now. And many of them are the .coms that we like now. And I don't have examples because I didn't know I was going to be talking about this. But these are these are things that actually people like Michael Milken did. Now the guy, the Wolf of Wall Street guy, he was a little shady and he wasn't quite the same. But in principle, the idea of having penny stocks and the way means by which people can support the small firms, this is actually what's happening now spontaneously in the market with crowdsourcing and things like that. These are the kinds of things that Michael Milken and people like that who were demonized, they were actually at the forefront of. They were actually helping small businesses, not big conglomerates, get their start. Yeah, and so we have to look at them through a new lens here in the 2000s.
Oh, absolutely. And then there's the heavy-handed government agencies like the SEC and the Federal Trade Commission, which will take completely opposing stances. The FTC will be saying, "Oh, you're charging too high prices. You're monopolizing. Oh, you're charging too low prices. Oh, well, you're driving out your competition." It can be either way. The prices, they have to be just right, and not even to say about qualitative differences about the products that are being sold. And most of the time, when you are uncompetitive, you will exit the market just through natural market forces. It's not and that actually kind of leads into I was talking about monopolies a couple of days ago, and it was pretty bad. Or the De Beers monopoly. Oh my God! But actually, it was with Fabio. You know Fabio, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, he was saying, De Beers owns like 95% of or 85% of the diamonds, which is actually old statistics. It's more like 30% now of the production. This was actually, and I even said that this was a controversial statement. I actually prefaced it. I said, this is going to be a controversial statement, guys. So, but I actually was basically just parroting Tom Woods, because he had a really interesting lecture on monopolies where he basically said, no monopoly has actually existed in the free market. It's mostly all just been government entitlements and privileges, pretty much. And if we look, we can look down the line, of Standard Oil, De Beers, the sugar ones, and just down the line, steel, wheat, any of these claims of monopolies where they had some sort of trust bust. You can actually look and see that no, they never actually dramatically increased their prices and had monopoly
or
gains.
Restricted trade.
Right, exactly, yeah. So.
Yeah, quite so.
But no. But what we got taught in our government history classes, that's what's really true. That's we gotta stick to that.
Yeah. So Candy has a show here, so she might have some. Yeah.
No, I mean, this is what I encourage. Usually when you see my broadcast and you just see me talking, it ain't because I just want to do all the talking. It's because nobody has, a lot of people are scared to come in and interact with me. So I appreciate y'all coming in and it's
definitely.
Aistis and I we could talk about economic issues all day long, but maybe there's something that concerns you in particular.
We don't want to bore you with economics, yeah.
No, that's what this is about, economics. I just titled it The Wolf of Wall Street because the movie itself is a depiction of, one perspective of economic, and how people view economic.
Well, I think to me, the one takeaway from that and a lot of other movies about Wall Street, or including the movie Wall Street itself, what's very rarely covered in that is yes, there's all this excess and stuff like that that probably wouldn't happen. We would argue. I think ISIS would agree with me on this. Um, we would argue that there would not be
Mutual
these
funds.
periods of excess
Yeah.
in a truly free market. And one of the reasons uh, why Wall Street continues to thrive is because they're successful in influencing the political structure to continually inflate the monetary supply. So when you have inflation, you have uh, you have this continual printing of money and expansion of money and credit, and that benefits Wall Street more than anyone else. And so,
Right,
you
because
know,
they
you
get the
don't.
pre-inflation
Right.
dollars. Yeah.
They get the pre-inflation dollars because when you like if you were counterfeiting, which is really what inflation is, if you were like in your
Or like
basement,
coin shaving.
right, or coin shaving, if you were in your basement printing dollars, the kinds that would convince that you could convince everybody were real, you would prosper extraordinarily. And anybody that you originally gave the dollars to, they would prosper. But as soon as the rest of the market adjusted and realized there were way more dollars in the market than should be, then the dollar would devalue, the dollar would buy less, and that would devalue things that would make prices rise, or that would make our standard of living fall, and that's what's really happened. So basically, the money supply has been inflated by the central government for decades, ever since the Federal Reserve, and you could even argue before that because there was fractional reserve banking. But let's just say, for argument's sake, since 1913, the U.S. government
So the
has
Beast
declared
from
a
Jekyll Island.
monopoly. Yes, has declared a monopoly on money by the Federal Reserve Act. This is not conspiracy theory stuff. This is totally fact. Publicly recognized fact.
Well, isn't it funny that the Federal Reserve 100-year reinstatement, what is it called? Because basically the original Federal Reserve Act gave it made the Federal Reserve, or the expiration date of the Federal Reserve was 100 years after it was instated, and it just that day just passed by. Nobody talked about
Right,
anything.
they
It
just
just got
renewed it.
silently reinstated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But since it
The
was
date was set as it was pretentious in the beginning. Our governmental or our system does a lot of that, and it's an old what do you call that, con game.
Right.
You sort of set these perimeters and say, well, we're gonna incorporate this new system, and then we're only doing it for a trial basis, so don't panic.
Right.
We're only doing it for a trial basis, so don't panic. And that's to get people to what do you call that? Relax their defenses.
Yeah, the Soviet Union had it. There were 5-year plans. They were going to end, but no, you got it exactly. You're exactly correct. And then when the time comes to renew it, people aren't really thinking about it, and so
They're so
got
used
renewed.
to it being in place, they don't
Right.
even give it much thought after that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or the
Yes.
whole gay marriage thing and the Trans-Pacific Partnership. On the
You
same
totally got
day.
it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Once people are used to things, and they get over, it's just like when we was kids. You remember when you was kids and Christmas would come around, and you be all, your emotion be all hyped up. Oh, we're getting presents, we're getting presents, we're getting presents. And so when you do get your presents in Christmas morning, it's now here. All right, we got the presents. You open the presents. Oh, it's such an awesome moment. I got my presents. I got my presents. I got my presents. And then probably before that evening was over with, you probably playing with one toy. How you looked at everything, but you probably just down to playing with just one toy by the evening. By the end of the week, you probably ain't even mess with them toys you got for Christmas. You probably back to your old bicycle.
That's a great analogy. Yeah. That's a great analogy. Yeah.
Definitely.
And people do that all the time, even with things they're angry about. It's like all you gotta do, and they know this. All you gotta do is throw something out there. They'll be angry about it for a while, for a little while.
Yeah, put it out on a Friday night.
They'll rave and they'll protest, but just leave it out there, and they'll get used to it, and then you won't hear nothing else about it.
Exactly. And yeah, you're quite right. They know like what day of the week to put it out. Usually, you put something really bad out on a Friday night. People are coming in from work.
In party mood and glad they off from work and
right. They won't pay any attention to it, and then by Monday morning there'll be a slight rehash of it, and it'll be over with.
I noticed that with the Ferguson case where the man got killed, and the young boy got killed, and then the Eric Gardner case, that was some bullshit to begin with.
Oh my God, that was the worst.
But what I'm saying is, people was out there protesting, and the media kept it going longer than it really would have lasted. People was out there protesting and carrying out, they rioted it, and they did all this kind of stuff. Now, here it is, 6 months later, you don't hear nothing about it. That this issue that they claim to be so serious that they had to riot and carry out and do, and ain't nothing been done about it. Ain't nothing changed.
And apparently there was a shooting in Ferguson this week, and that's like nobody.
I ain't even know nothing about it. You see what I'm saying? If you do enough of it, it don't have enough. It don't have any importance. Okay. If people get used to it, we used to seeing people get killed. Black people get killed. That just happens. Oh well. And then it just becomes a commonality to the point where you have vicious things going on in our society that we just consider as being normal. I know in the black people neighborhood, and I ain't trying to be racist, I'm just trying to point out a fact, that in what they call, I should say, the hood, in the hood, you have prostitutes walking up and down the street, all right? And they call it the hostro, And in the better off neighborhoods, they don't have that, right? But in the hood, they don't think nothing of it. They don't think nothing of it. They just walk past the holes, and it's just it's a commonality. It's an everyday occurrence. They don't think nothing out of the ordinary. Right. But when somebody that's not used to that in their neighborhood, they say, "Are those prostitutes?" Like, that's a real life prostitute. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Yes,
they're
absolutely.
amazed. They're like, "Wow, real prostitutes." And that's sure the prostitutes like celebrities to them, because they used to seeing, they're not real prostitutes, because they only see it on TV, But for us that lived in that neighborhood, that's a commonality for us. Yeah. We don't get all excited or bent out of shape because we see a prostitute and keep walking. She do her stroll and we do
another person plying their trade.
It's just like she at work, She at work, shit. And that's just a good analogy or example of how we as people, when we're used to seeing certain things, like in the and vice versa in the hood and in the black in the predominantly black neighborhoods, we're not used to seeing gay activity. We ain't used to that. We are not. So when I came up here in the north and I see people hugging and kissing of the same, I said, what the fuck? They do this shit in the open?
Yeah.
I didn't want to pull out my camera and catch a picture of it, but I said, ooh, we don't have gay people.
That's funny.
I mean, and it was the same way. It's just, whatever it is you're exposed to on a consistent basis, it's just our human nature to
Exactly.
our reaction.
We all adapt to our environment, and when we have whatever's going on, we figure out a way to adapt to it. So there's like things going on in my environment now that 20 years ago I would have thought, oh, I don't think I could put up with that, but you adapt to all those things.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really interesting. In some neighborhoods, things are quite different. I go in neighborhoods. Friends of mine live in places that are quite different from where I live, and it's always interesting.
That's a good word. It's interesting, Jeff.
Yeah.
That's the politically correct way of saying this shit fucked up. You know shit fucked up. Okay, I'm gonna say it for you, baby.
That's right.
I'm known for saying shit nobody else will say. It's fucked up.
That's really good.
Now you know that's fucked up for it to be a normal thing to see a prostitute walking down the street. Now you know that's fucked up.
Yes, that's not normal where if I were to walk outside, I would not expect to see that, right, from where I live.
You know that's fucked up, So, in here,
I would say, that's kind of fucked up if I saw that outside of my house right now.
Right. I mean, you see her. She got in the car. She dipped down in the window and had a little conversation for a transaction there.
Right.
2 minutes later, she done got in.
If I drove about 40 miles from here into one of the two major cities that I live near, it wouldn't be so weird if I were in certain neighborhoods. But it would be weird where I live.
Well, the point I was getting to is it's weird no matter where it is. It's just more accepted as being normality. Although it is not normal. That's not normal. That's not normal. It may be. See, the difference between normal, what I'm trying to point out, normal and common is two different things, see?
No, I agree.
That's not normal. It may be common in the lower neighborhoods. It's common, but that's not normal.
No, it isn't.
For a 5-year-old to be used to seeing a drug transaction, that's not normal. That's not normal.
No.
Right? And we that live in are exposed to certain things that are not normal, no matter what they are, whether it's two men holding hands. That is not normal. I'm not saying that to be against gay, but I'm just proving a point that it's not normal. But it is accepted as a normality only because it's been somewhat forced upon you, just like seeing a prostitution in our areas. That's being forced upon us. All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't put that in the same category as, a 5-year-old being...
It's a way of life, ain't it? Prostitution is a way of life, baby. And there are
heterosexual marriage is a way of life too.
That's what I'm saying. Why you said that it wasn't the same, and I was explaining to you how it very much so is the same. Because the reason I say it's very much so.
Well, you're saying it's the same in terms of it's a way of life, and I can't disagree with that. But what I would think would be the operable distinction would be minors versus adults. So if you could say, you don't think there should be same-sex marriage and stuff like that, but that's consensual, and it's
So it's
between.
prostitution. Prostitution is consensual as
Well,
well.
I'm not morally, I'm not really against prostitution. I don't think that should be a crime. I think it's what happens between adults, and I don't think that's personally, that's not, to me, the best way to have a relationship with somebody else. But it's consensual, and it's between adults, and I don't equate that with things that might involve or affect a 5-year-old either. So I don't put those things in the same category as you might.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. What has become acceptable in our society, and that only proves my point. What has become acceptable in our society as being normal is way beyond the context of normality. Okay, it is common. That's why I specified that there is a big difference between common and normal. Prostitution has been a part of our society, and when I say society, I mean the whole world. Okay, not just the United States, but or no specific country. I'm talking about the whole world, our world. Okay, prostitution has been a part of our society for a very long time.
Yeah, for thousands of years.
No modern thing. All right.
Well, okay, so if you're talking about, yeah, I would agree. I would agree with you.
Let me complete my thoughts so you can get understanding.
Sure.
As well, homosexuality has been a part of our society for almost as equally as long. Okay, even the Bible speaks about homosexuality thousands of years ago.
Ancient Greece was very
homosexual oriented. All right. Matter of fact, King James was a homosexual who translated the Bible. All right. So what I'm saying to you as what you might not be differentiating in your mind, if you may just give it a little thought, there's a big difference between what I'm saying as being a normality and commonality. All right.
No, I agree with you. What's might does not make right. Just because everybody's doing something doesn't make it
exactly.
Right. No, I agree. I totally agree with you as far as that goes. Yes.
I don't think it's right for a child to be exposed to prostitution, and I don't think it's right for a child to be exposed to homosexual behavior. Although the prostitute and the homosexual both have every right to the type of lifestyle that they want to live, when I say normality, okay, I don't think it's right that they should be exposed to that as a commonality, all right? Because then they are confused. That confuses them. If you're teaching them, okay, do the right thing. It's right to tell the truth. It's wrong to lie. It's right to be responsible in your sexuality, and it's wrong not to. Okay. Well, so when we are teaching and training our kids on the basis of right and wrong, that's the normality that I'm talking about. All right. When we teaching our kids on a normality, they can make decisions outside of those perimeters when they're older. That's fine. That's not what I'm saying. But when you're teaching your kids on the basis of right and wrong, for them to be exposed to this as being normal, is wrong, all right? Because it's not normal, all right? For a woman to not value her body enough to sell her body for $1, that is not normal.
Right.
Okay?
The
body was not meant to be abused. That is abuse to the body. Okay? For a man to penetrate his penis inside of another man's backside, it may be common, baby, but it is not normal. Okay? Even scientists have proven that the penetration of the penis inside the backside, we're going to get down to the nitty gritty here, baby. When the penis is penetrated inside of the penis,
I'd like to comment before too long, though, before we get too far down this path.
It causes problems, okay, medical problems. I ain't talking about just the social issue. I'm talking about it has been proven the problems that it creates with that person, with the people that's doing it. Okay.
Okay, I'll accept that. So basically, I think we have different issues here. So first of all, I think as far as children go, it's age appropriate. I don't think you should be talking about sexuality. When I was a kid, I didn't want to hear about what my parents were doing or anything, and I don't think that is necessarily straight, gay, anything else. I don't think that children at a certain age, and I don't know what the magic number is.
But do you have children?
I don't. No.
Oh hell! You can't even see. Look, you don't even have right. No, let me stop. I'm just teasing. Yeah, just because you're uncomfortable about the subject of sexuality, that does not mean that it's inappropriate. Okay, you understand what I'm saying?
No, I think there. I don't think when a child is 8 or 9, they should be hearing about penetrative sex and stuff like that. I don't think they are at the age of that. So.
Why not? Don't you know that 8 and 9-year-olds get molested?
Yeah, and that's why that's such an insidious crime, because they shouldn't have to be dealing with that. They've been compromised at that age of innocence.
Fantasyland, you done went into Fantasyland. This shouldn't be land. Baby, we can't deal with real life on what shouldn't be. We have to deal with real life on what it is.
Okay.
You understand me?
But
no, are we clear on that? Okay.
So what age would you think it was inappropriate?
Each child's learning or ability to understand things comes at different ages.
Right.
Okay. So you can't put an age limit on their maturity, because we got grown people that ain't matured yet and grow the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? So.
But I'm not understanding you. So you're saying because.
Wait a minute. You asked me a question. Now let me answer it, please.
Okay.
So if a child is like my little niece, oh good God Almighty, she just got a scholarship. But she was so smart when she was 4 and 5 years old. She could read, and she could read like better than some adults, and comprehend things so well. Matter of fact, she used to tell her mother. She was about 10 or 11, and she told her mother. She said, "Mama," she said, "we should move in a apartment with less rooms, and then your bills will be less, and we'll be able to afford it because you don't make enough money to pay for this for this house." This is a 9-year-old.
So can I ask you? So
you understand what I'm saying? But
yeah,
but some 9-year-olds and some 10-year-olds don't have.
Right. So some are more mature than others. But at what age do you think you should teach a child?
Put an age on that because the maturity, you're not listening to the answer of the question you asking. Because I just answered that. You keep saying, what age, what age? You cannot put an age on that because the maturity of the child is individual.
Well, that's kind of where what I was talking about. And so, so I was saying that normally, it seems to me like eighth or ninth, the age of 8 or 9 is pretty young to be really talking about, in explicit detail about sexuality and stuff like that. But maybe there might be an exception.
If you are talking about, well, that was not even suggested that I never even said that you should be talking about sexuality in explicit detail.
But when I originally brought that up, you said, oh, well, there are some children who are violated at that age.
What I said.
And, well, no, but when I originally brought that up, you said there were children at that age who were violated, and I would acknowledge that that's a very special case, and yes, unfortunately, they would have to deal with that, but that's not the normal.
Details, though. I didn't say nothing about. I said it should be explained to them, but I didn't say nothing about explicit details.
Okay, so I don't know where are we in this discussion now?
Well, where we at, Dave, is we back down to normality. Okay, that's where we started at.
Okay.
What's normal and what's common. Okay. We've gotten, let's take it from the children because that's a perspective you probably wouldn't be able to really relate to or understand.
Oh, I used to be a child, actually. I spent a
you
years
used
as
to
a
be
child.
a child, but it's even uncomfortable for you to talk about sex right now and you're an adult. So I'm definitely sure that you wouldn't
no, I can talk about sex as an adult.
I'm talking about sex as a child. You said that it is inappropriate. You said that it's inappropriate to talk about sex
at certain ages. Yes. No, I didn't say entirely. I said age appropriate.
Okay. That
before
that
children have.
That I can understand. But,
yeah, that's what I was saying. That at some age you wouldn't talk to a 5-year-old about sex in the same way that you would talk to a 11 or 12-year-old about sex. That's all I'm saying. That it's age appropriate.
Okay, let me explain something to you that you might not be. I'm almost certain that you're not aware of. Okay, or may not aware, but not considering.
Maybe not thought about it. Okay.
Not thinking about it in your determination. Okay. Say for example, you got a 5-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you say that it's okay for people to be openly gay, right? And you said that you think that that's okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, like they just have 2 dads. They don't really know what that involves sexually, but they just have. Some people have 2 moms. Some people have 2 dads. Yeah, I think that would be appropriate to tell a 5-year-old. You have 2 dads. Your household, your.
Oh, it's gonna get real. It's gonna get real shaky in just a minute here. I don't have no real though, because I don't use them.
So go ahead. Yeah.
It's gonna get real shaky here. Okay, you said it's okay to have that. Okay.
But I wouldn't explain what that meant, like sexually, what that means as far as the plumbing goes. But as far as you just have 2 dads. That doesn't seem. That would seem you would want to explain that early, and it would become normal to them. And,
you want to make it homosexual normal to kids. See, now that's where it get a little shaky. But anyway, we go with let's say, because see, you like stop talking.
It's part of reality that.
What if I'm a 5-year-old? Let's bring it on home. What if I'm a 5-year-old and I come to you and I say, Daddy, say, what is this? What is this right here? You know what this is?
No.
Wait a minute. I'll put it this way. Say you're a woman and you're in a lesbian relationship, and I come to you and I say, Daddy, you know, because sometimes they had a child calling the woman daddy, and that's fucked up. But anyway, they said, Daddy, Daddy. Said, what is this? And you're a female. Now, you're a female stud. You know, a stud is the man of the relationship, of lesbian relationship, all right? Sometimes they have two feminine women together, but in this particular scenario, we're going to make you a stud in this scenario. And I come to you, and I'm a 5-year-old, and I say, Daddy, what's this? You know what this is I got in my hand?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not looking at your...
No, I'm not talking about literally. I'm saying,
Okay.
guess what I got in my hand that I'm asking you what this is? It's a dildo.
Okay.
All right. And I got the dildo in my hand.
All right.
All right. You know what I'm saying? Daddy, Daddy. What? Now, you ain't even a man. You're a woman, and I'm calling you Daddy. That right there is fucked up, okay? But Daddy, Daddy, what is this? What is this? And I got a dildo in my fucking hand. What you gonna do?
That's a challenging moment. I don't know. So I'm sorry. So I'm a lesbian mom. So I guess I would.
You're the man of the relationship because that's you and your lesbian partner have taught this child that you the man. Okay. So first of all, she calling you.
How old is the child?
5, and she calling you Daddy, and she say, Daddy.
Oh.
You the male in this relationship, so this is your belongings she got in her hand.
If she was 5,
she got in her hand.
If she was 5, I would say, oh, it's just a trinket that we got from.
Lie to the kid. That's your.
No. I wouldn't lie.
Answer to the question.
Oh, please. Oh, stop. No. 5 years old, I would say. It's just a toy. It's something Mom and Dad we enjoy. We got it on a trip, wherever we got it. I would not. No, I would not explain. No, it's not age appropriate. I couldn't. But if she was a teenager, I would explain it to her. What would you do? Would you tell her? You'd give her graphic details? It could be a heterosexual thing.
You don't want to know what I would do. I would not have the kind of relationship anyway to put myself in a position of having to explain.
Yeah, but you could still have that toy in a heterosexual relationship, so what would you do?
Well...
What would you do if she found it? Would you say, Daddy isn't satisfying me, and so I have this to make up for his shortcomings? What would you do?
Well, like I say, what you consider as normal, I don't.
No. I'm sorry. No, don't evade the question. So,
no, I'm saying
so you're in a straight.
I wouldn't have nothing like that.
No, but let's say you did. I don't know if I was you were hypothesizing that I as a gay woman would have such a thing. But let's say you did have it.
You got to understand.
What would you tell your daughter?
You're not understanding.
What would you tell your daughter if she found that in your stash that you had that? What would you tell her?
I would say, this is a nasty, disgusting thing that people use to substitute the real thing.
Including me, including your mom.
Yeah! You know what? You wouldn't believe this, but I can get my daughter on this line.
You would tell a 5-year-old that
is disgusting? Yes. Would I tell a child that this is a something that people use to.
So you would tell her that her mom was doing
Wait a minute, let
disgusting
me
things?
finish. You're not ever letting me answer a question because you
Okay.
you can't do that now.
Okay.
This is something that people use to replace what God made us to have on our bodies. All right, and it's wrong. I would firstly tell them that it's wrong.
So, mommy, why do you have
Let me
this?
finish. It ain't gonna take me long. Let me finish though. Let me finish.
I'm your little daughter. Why do you have this then if it's wrong?
Because mama is do wrong things.
Hmm.
And people do wrong things.
Why?
Why do people do wrong things? Because we have a choice in life to do right or do wrong. That's just like when mama tell you, don't go and run across the street, and you ran across that street anyway. You made a choice to run across that street when mama told you not to. Okay? That was wrong. So people in life choose to do some wrong things. Okay? But it is wrong. Okay? And I would explain to them consequences of doing wrong. Okay? I have a consequence for doing this wrong, just like you had a consequence for running across the street. Now you're grounded. Okay? So guess what? Mama got consequences. I'm using this right here, and then God didn't make me to do this.
What are the consequences of you doing wrong? Like,
I just was getting to that. And you
of you using that thing.
I said, you ain't let me finish. She keep cutting me off, Jeff. That's rude.
I'm your daughter.
Yeah, but I'm answering though. I was already finna get to that.
I'm your bearded daughter.
So I was just going to say, Mama have consequences to this right here too, because what happens is when I use this thing, it stretches out my body to the point where when I do try to be with your daddy, if he don't, it makes him unhappy. Okay, because I'm using this right here. All right.
You would tell
So
that
I'm
to
making
a
daddy
5-year-old?
sad, and I'm making daddy unhappy with this thing right here. Okay. But it is wrong. Okay. So this is the same thing that I did with my children when I used to sell dope. Okay. I told my daughter and my son. My son really didn't understand, so I guess you would have to say just really my daughter. He was just there. Because he wasn't young enough to understand, but I did tell him. And I said, because you'll be surprised what kids understand. You'll be surprised, especially these days. You'll be surprised what these kids. I seen a little bitty 4-year-old with a cell phone, and they're working that little cell phone. You'll be surprised what these kids understand. So I told my kids when I was selling dope, I said, let me tell y'all something. You see what mama doing? Selling this drug? Say this is wrong. I said, but I'm doing this because I don't trust God enough to help me with my finances to take care of y'all. All right. I said, this is wrong. Okay, to do this here. It's against the law. I could go to jail, to such, I could get killed, and I told them all kind of stuff, that I knew that they could comprehend that the consequences of what I was saying, what I was doing, all right? And let them know that just because I'm doing this, that don't make it right. Because grown-ups do fucked up shit too. All right? That's the way I talk it to my kids.
Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to have to round this out. I need to go to bed.
All right. Yeah.
Just as I got back.
Oh, well, we had a really interesting conversation.
Yeah, I know. I had to go do stuff.
You don't own him and everything. You missed it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So I'm gonna head out. You two carry on.
All right.
It was great talking to you.
Thanks for
Great
coming.
talking to you,
Yeah,
Candy.
I
It was my pleasure. Always interesting. Great to talk to you. I'll see you soon.
Definitely
Bye.
good talking, Jeff.
See you, Isis.
Oh,
Yeah, this bit got real interesting real quick.
uh-huh.
I pulled that dildo out. I pulled that dildo out on him. Oh shucks. Mm. But you know, real life shit take you by surprise.
yeah. Yeah.
If you want a real good dose of reality, you just keep coming on back because I'm gonna show enough give it to you. And I love to mellow with Jeff because what I get Jeff every time I get it.
Yeah.
Look, he an easy target.
Definitely.
Yeah, so I haven't never met you. What is your name?
Isis.
Isis.
Yes.
Isis. Oh, all right.
Yes.
I
Yep.
thought it was like ISIS. Okay,
No.
ISIS.
Takbir, Allahu Akbar.
Okay,
I
ISIS.
kill you.
What does that mean, ISIS?
Oh, it's a Lithuanian name actually.
A miscellaneous name?
No, a Lithuanian. I'm Lithuanian. I'm from Lithuania.
Lithuania.
Lithuania, yeah.
Where in the fuck is that?
It's in Europe.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's like northeastern Europe. It's right next to Russia.
Oh, all right. Is that your real name or something you made up?
Yes, that is my real name.
ISIS. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So just a little background. It's as if I were Mexican and my name were Aztec or Maya. It's kind of like the pre-tribes that existed before, like Mexico or the So before Lithuania actually existed, there was specifically the Balche and the Aistche, and they kind of like came together and like formed Lithuania. So.
Oh, all right. So why do you not have an accent?
Because I live in California.
Oh, stop your shit, ISIS.
No.
Okay, all right. You've been Americanized, deep Americanized. Okay.
Yeah.
But you
definitely.
got a Russian name, all right?
So my great grandparents came here in the 1940s. They were escaping the USSR basically to come here, and so my grandparents were born in Lithuania, but they were like 3 and 4 years old when they came over here.
Oh,
So essentially, my grandparents have lived here their entire lives, and so have my parents, and so have I. So.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. But I understand having that origin, because my people says it's from Louisiana, okay, and although we lived in a lot of us lived it in Texas. All right, there's still the residue of where we come from. So I understand that very well. Okay, so I like your avatar, whatever they call it.
Thank you.
There is no government like no government. All right.
Yep, that's for sure.
Absolutely. But that could be considered as treason,
Well, the federal government's been doing a lot of bad stuff recently, and so if I'm treasonous against the federal government, they've been pretty treasonous against their own people, so.
Yeah, but you can't point no finger at them, but they can point one at you. You know that, right?
Excuse me?
I'm being facetious, but you know that they can point a finger at you, but you can't point one at them.
Oh, right. Well, I'm actually kind of what's called a pan-secessionist. I believe in like many different types of secessionist movements. So, like Texas leaving, or So I think that the federal government should be split up into probably quite a few smaller governments, and that it'd be more efficiently organized. Because rather than everybody arguing it in Congress about stuff that nobody can agree on, everybody can just the Democrats, the Republicans, all these people, based on their demographic, could have their own country and kind of run it the way they want to run it, rather than argue with everybody else.
Oh, so you believe in government, you just believe in splitting it up.
Oh, well, no, I think that's a step forward, to kind of decentralizing power, because I think that decision-making should be done as close as possible to the people that are affected. And so, right now, we have this massive nationwide kind of bureaucracy decision-making that affects 200-300 million people all at once. So it's
right.
It's very far away from everybody. So completely disconnected. So
I think it's real close. Matter of fact, when you go to your convenience store right around the corner, the government is there waiting on you. If you walk out that store without paying your taxes, the government will be at the door waiting on you with handcuffs.
No, you're right. In that sense, yes, you're absolutely right.
Look, it's a lot closer than you think, then.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's true.
They're real up close and personal.
Yeah, definitely. I just meant decision making, because you can cast your tiny little vote into the massive ocean of everybody else's votes, and that's not going to do much. But if you're in a smaller pond, you're with people who think like you and do things like you, then I think that you'll be able to be much more effectual, be able to get stuff done rather than having to constantly bicker. So
you think that if people's were in smaller groups, they wouldn't argue?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think smaller government is usually a better government in most circumstances, and so yes. I'm not a isolationist. I don't want to end trade with anybody, but it's just that I think that the federal government is much too big, and that it would probably even be better just to essentially abolish it. Maybe go back to 50 states, or maybe just who cares about the sanctity of Oklahoma or Nevada has to be the exact same shape for forever. The rest of the universe. So I don't think that's. I think that maybe some kind of reorganization, maybe a selling off of government assets, that kind of stuff, just to get them out of our lives.
Selling off of government assets. What is these government assets that you are expecting that we should sell?
Oh, well, that happened during the fall of the USSR. Now, I'm not going to say that was the greatest thing, because really most of the people who bought up stuff were the same people who were ruling the government at the time. So, it wasn't really they sold it to anybody. They just kind of just on paper kind of flipped it around. But I mean, right now the federal government owns nearly 40% of the land in the United States. It's the biggest single landowner in the United States, as well as just all the money and buildings and everything. The war material, it could probably break up the nuclear bombs, put them into generate energy from them, that kind of stuff.
I think you sadly mistaken, sir.
Well, that's what I would hope would happen. I mean,
you're sadly mistaken. The federal government don't own 30 or 40% of the land here. They own 100.
Oh yes, very true. You're right. But I mean, directly owned. I mean, yes, it does. Sell
directly. Land. Don't pay your taxes, and you will see how.
Yeah. No.
How direct.
No. But I mean, directly, as in on paper. They own
it.
That piece of land is owned by the federal government, not anybody else. While they just rent it out to other people.
Exactly. You just rent it. I don't care if you.
Yeah.
You pay. Say you paid $100,000 for your property.
Yeah.
From now to the day of your death, you're gonna have to pay taxes on that property.
Definitely. Yep.
All right. So you don't own a motherfucking thing.
You're right. Absolutely right.
That's realistic, That's
Yep.
realistic, baby. That's
You're absolutely right.
real. See, the government has sold us so much pretentious freedom that we lost this. Remember when I was talking about how the excitement of stuff? We so excited. Ooh, I buy my own property.
Yeah.
You really don't own that property. You own shit.
Yeah.
No, real talk. Only thing you own is when you go in the store and you purchase an item, and you when you pay your taxes in at that counter and you walk about that store, you own that. Okay.
Well, there's also eminent domain. I mean, they could just take it away, and right?
No, I'm saying when you
yeah.
When you go in the store and you purchase something and you walk out of the store, nobody can rightfully take that from you. You own that.
Right.
All right. If you go and you purchase a car, when you done paying for that car, you own that car. All right. Once you pay all your taxes, you own that car. But guess what? You don't own that car either. You want me to show prove it to you why you don't own it?
Sure.
Because guess what? You got to have a license, registration, what they call that, inspection.
Yeah.
If
taxes on the gasoline.
Well, you can still own a car without gasoline. Okay.
Right.
But the other ones that I name, all them pieces of papers.
Yeah.
If you do not have them pieces of paper, guess what? The government that I told you they wasn't as far away as you thought they was.
Yeah.
You don't own that vehicle.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know. And the other thing is that the government essentially owns my body, because I basically did not sign the draft papers, the selective service, and they threatened me with $500,000 and 5 years in jail if I didn't sign the papers. So yeah, they own my body.
Oh really? With draft papers?
For selective service, the draft.
When did that happen, and where was you at?
That happened a couple years ago.
Here in the United States?
To me.
In the United States here?
I live in California. They threatened me with $500,000 and 5 years in jail.
Really?
Yeah.
What did you do? Did you sign up for that or something?
No, if I did not sign the papers. And so obviously I signed them, because otherwise I would be, $500,000 in debt and in jail.
So they required that the men sign up for the reserve?
No, the draft. To selective service, to fight.
The men have to sign up for that, what, in California?
It's in the entire U.S.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow. But I've met a lot of men that never had that experience, but it's like they say, just because you ain't experiencing something, that don't mean it don't exist. So yeah. I wasn't aware of that, but thanks for letting me know that, because I didn't know that existed I know they used to have that where they used to make people be in the reserve or whatever like that.
Exactly.
But I didn't know that still existed.
Oh yeah, I've got the papers to prove it. All official federal envelopes and double, triple cardstock paper, whatever it is.
Wait, my friend is in here. I ain't even noticed. Hey, Liquid Blunt, what's going on, baby? Yeah, I didn't know that existed. Yeah.
How you doing, Kenny?
All right.
What's up?
I'm over here causing problems like always.
Always causing ruckus. But the question is, who are you causing a ruckus against? You know, who is it? You know, if is it Bush or is it you know, or is it just your fellow neighbor? That's the question. No, I love you, Kenny. What's up?
Yeah, I like to stir up shit, and and I just walk off from the scene, and you know.
There's nothing Bob Marley stir it up, you know, but you have to but you have to stir it with a good, you know,
Right,
you have
right.
to stir it so with a good intention, you know, with a good vibe, good soup, man, or you can stir all you want and you have a fucking fucked up meal, man.
Man,
No, that's it. I'm always trying to be the philosopher. Now, how are you doing, Candy? I haven't spoken to you in a while, only typed, you know, we've met in some posts here and there.
yeah. Uh, I, I, I
It's
see I see what's his name? Kip, got his thing going on, but he had, well, on somebody else's channel or something like that.
I'm sorry?
Kip had his programming on somebody else's channel, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah, because they tried to censor him, you know, with the, I don't know, they're trolls, I don't know if they're paid or not, but they tried to shut him down, but you know, you can't shut this dude down, man. You can't stop this motherfucker.
That's why they jealous. They just jealous. People do that.
As soon, exactly, just like you said, as soon as they try to shut you down, you know, there's you struck a nerve, you know. And he isn't doing nothing wrong. In my understanding, you know, I'm not sitting on his lap all the time, but I follow him regularly, and yeah, I agree with him and the group a lot. It's always a great group, you know, always fun to hang out with. And
Yeah.
I just saw this sorry, I just saw this live stream, and I just you know, dropped in. Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh yeah.
Look, man. Wall Street. It's even bigger than that, you know. It's these cunts, and I've sent you. I don't know if you got it. The global arrest for these people of 700 people, you know.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh shit.
I was just telling Isis that because he was under the impression that only 30% or 40% of our land is owned by the federal government, and I was making it clear to him that we don't own shit, you know.
Yeah, that's the part I just happened to hear. I don't know how long this hangout is already going on. I just bumped into it. Sorry, I'm gonna post. Excuse me, I'm gonna post the link.
Okay.
And those are, look, uh, even when looking at a disease, you know, when you have a problem, are you gonna fucking fight the symptoms, you know, with cancer, or gonna fight the root, you know? I don't. Someone who's flipping you the bird, who's racist, or is probably just because he's too dumb or ignorant or whatever, you know.
Hmm.
Um, or some pedophile. Those people have some fucking so they're too dumb or have some social disorder, you know. Um, but they're not the root of those people. Those ruling Roundup Alpha. I see. It's an official pet. How do you say it in English? I always have the fucking patent. No, patent. It's something different. Petition. That's the fucking word. Petition. Just arrest these people. And there's also petitions to change the education or whatever. There's a lot of stuff going on, you know. And it's all just peaceful, you know. Not that's what people want to change things, and you get just labeled exactly revolution or anarchy, like we're fucking carrying bombs and what we just want some fucking normal lives without these cons harassing us.
Yeah.
If you look at the motive, they ain't doing shit for us. They're just ruling us and just fucking with us and just taking our money, enslaving us in some stupid capitalist system. It's just ridiculous shit.
Mhm.
Share that link, please, for me.
All right.
And there's even a petition. Netanyahu's coming to England, and there's a petition of arresting that Netanyahu in the UK, but you have to be a British citizen, if I'm correct.
A petition for what?
To arrest Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, right? Netanyahu, Kip calls him always. Oh, sorry.
What happened in Britain?
Where are you, man? You're at 3 places at the same time.
Oh, Lord, I missed
Stay
something.
focused.
Yeah, because I'm trying to check the comments outside and listen. But
Oh, there's comments. Oh fuck! I'm glad I didn't turn the mic on.
but no, seriously. This is my thing. About petitions. All right.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say my opinion about petitions. Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
The reason why I don't indulge in petitions is because if you get a piece of paper, for example, if you get a piece of paper in your mail and somebody say, I want you to take your trash out to the corner on Tuesday, okay, and you don't want to take your trash out to the corner on Tuesday, what do you do with that piece of paper? You ball that piece of paper up and you say, fuck you, and throw that piece of paper away. Okay?
So yeah. So that's why there has to be enough support like that. Netanyahu being arrested in the UK. That petition already has close to the 9,000 of the 10,000 sign-ups it needs to have, but you have to be British, I believe, for the war crime of murdering 2,000 babies in 2014. I'm not exactly sure which exact date of the war crime itself was, but it was in 2014, if I'm correct. It's a fucking global petition, and it's the same with this what I posted. I'm gonna look if I can check out that petition for you. But the Wolves of Wall Street. You see those people I've posted? Those are real assholes, Those are pedophiles and people ruling everything and controlling the gold price, and that's, in my opinion, of course. But what the hell do I know? Look, let me look up if I can.
But what I'm saying is,
And also this is also sick. This really fucked me personally up. So also fun one. Just a fucking official. Share if you care, baby. I'm gonna post one more. Let's see if I can find a petition. This is an education petition.
yeah, but if
I'm sorry, I wasn't talking. I was just looking. There's a bunch of stuff going on. I'm gonna post one. I'm gonna post one more after this one. 4 links in total, just to give you an idea of people uniting to, just. This is some bullshit, basically agreeing this is some bullshit, And whether it's being by reforming education or arrest, but that the link is a cancer act, it just shows how the treatment of cancer is being held back. by the monarchy. And it's just an official link from the government itself. That's the fun part, the sickening part for me.
Mhm.
Was that the other petition? I'm sorry, I can't seem to find it. Maybe another time. Or maybe I'll post it to you another time. But there's a lot of stuff going on already. That's pretty much, and I really, you know what it is? If people start going like a lunatic on the streets, you know, they're just gonna mow us down, you know. It has to be a collective agreement, just disconnecting from these assholes. We don't even have to fight them, in my belief, you know, just disconnecting from them, you know. They ain't doing jack shit, you know. They're not the ones. They're not the ones making the food. They're not the ones, you know, driving trucks and everything. They're just playing stupid games with their fucking banks and everything. And it's and their war machine that needs to keep running. It's just some bullshit, you know. Everything's about money
Right.
or gold, whatever. And what's the fucking use? In the end, it's some fucking stupid metal. Cause they can shove it in the fucking ass. We don't need it. Then they can have it. Fucking go fuck off, you know. Let us have some normal life, you know. So what's your opinion about that, Candy? Show us the light, man.
You know, we forgot to have. It's one thing to say, no, we recognize problems, but we have to
Solutions.
have viable solutions because
Exactly.
people have been.
We already agreed on the raping, right?
Yeah, we already agreed on the record.
Yeah. No, but
All right, but
so these things, and one of them is just the legislation from the UK government I posted. But the first one, just arresting these people and just educational reform. There are so many things you just have to look it up, and if I bump into something, I will post it. I have a lot of stuff going on. I just really wanted to share my lovely voice on this channel again. No, and just to show you, just yeah, just wake the fuck up, you know. Join the club or whatever it is. Join the population. just just like you're doing now.
yeah,
You're expressing your opinion, but in my opinion, excuse me. In my opinion, there's already a lot of awareness online, people watching social media, just looking into stuff. But offline, such a huge gap between people who don't watch the internet, but just watch Fox News with Bill O'Reilly with his disgusting fucking face, you know. It's just, and he's just, and those people know they're being.
you gotta understand this. Okay,
I'm sorry.
I say you gotta understand this. Okay, we can get. This is what I was trying to explain to you in that post. Okay.
Which post?
The post about you had made about Obama. Okay.
Oh yeah. No, but Bill O'Reilly is just constantly flipping facts in his favor. You know, brainwashing people. It's just I cannot watch it. That kind of fear propaganda. You know, it's just mind numbing and constantly bringing fear bullshit. Giving some they want us to give that feeling of oh my god, and ISIS is attacking. ISIS is bullshit. It doesn't have anything to do with Islam, you know. It's also proxy wars trying to it's bullshit, you know. They've
Yeah,
been
but
they even
what you gotta understand is that if a person is a part of an entity, all right, and
yeah
they have uh, a job, all right, they have a job in that particular entity, okay. Say for example, a news reporter, okay. In order
yeah
for that news reporter, for example, to maintain their job, News
Yeah, okay,
reporters
but
cannot. No, let
he's
me
selling
finish,
his
please.
soul.
Let me finish,
Sorry.
please.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
The news reporters cannot report what they want to report. People got to understand that. So that doesn't mean that this news reporter doesn't want to report the truth. The truth is they can't.
That
Even if,
that
wait a
that,
minute, let me
that
finish. Let me
I'm
let
sorry.
me finish.
I thought you were done. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
So to point the finger at that news reporter and say, you're a lying piece of shit and all you do is report lies is unfair to that news reporter who is bound by the system that won't allow them to report the truth. Okay?
I agree
So,
with you.
wait a minute.
Okay. Again, I thought you were done. Sorry.
I was trying to first get that point in there so you can understand where I'm coming
Cool.
from.
I'll
Okay.
kick back.
In relation to the presidency or any other politician for that matter, a politician may have be very well intentioned. Okay, not all politicians are crooks and liars. I hate to burst people's bubble. I know y'all, you have convinced yourself that this is the case, but it is not. It is not the truth, okay? The real truth of the matter is sometimes they get involved into the politics and thinking they're going to make a change, and then they're, what do you call that?
They
What
bit
they're
off more
bum
than they could
rushed.
chew.
They're bum rushed with reality. It's the
Yeah.
wake up
Yeah.
call.
No, I understand what you say.
There's some real crooked shit going on here. What the fuck am I
Yeah.
locked up in? And you may not realize it, but their lives at that very point that they are awakened, their life, their very life. I don't know what y'all do with in y'all country, baby, but in our country, their very life is at stake. Okay, their life. In
Yeah,
other
but
words, if they go and they tell the public the truth about what's really going on, their life, people have died trying to expose the truth about what's going
and
on.
the ship should keep on doing that, and people shouldn't die for it if it was just a collective look at what's happening here, and not just being some fucking whistleblower who gets shot, or being branded like some lunatic. It's always the same, and they're always angry because they know what the fuck is going on. That's why they get. Oh, look at this lunatic! He's shouting because he's pissed the fuck off, because he's seeing what a lot of other people aren't seeing. But you do have an excellent point. But I, this just to bring this, the picture was just my favorite. I would rather see George Bush standing there. Let me put it that way. Listen, but I I
No,
agree
you
with you.
don't
I agree with,
understand.
but there are a lot.
Even in
Now
that,
let me
let
finish.
me
Now
tell
let
you
me
something.
finish.
No, no, even in that, because see, I know you mean well, but you don't really understand what's really going on in our country. For years and years, our media have painted the picture that black people are dumb, stupid,
Never.
wicked.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. Liars, monstrous people. Okay.
Why are we having this conversation? You're so
Well,
hard opposed
I'm finna bring
to.
it home if you let me. I'm finna bring it on home if you let me.
You know.
I know you know that, but what you don't know is that the only fucking reason they let a man that look black into the office, let's get down to the nitty gritty. Only
Ah,
reason why wait a minute, they let him in there and they released all these laws. They released all these the gays, allowing the gays to be married and all this stuff. They did it right while President Obama was in office because people don't too stupid to realize that whether he approves something or not, he has to let it through because they are in charge and he is not.
Okay, I think.
I'm saying, just listen to what I'm saying, hon, so you understand. And when you start pointing the fingers, you point it in the right direction. Okay? Because there's an inner working at stake here. There's a subliminal message being sent that is a lie. They
But you
want to
do.
make it. See there, this president. See what happens. This is why we've never let a black person be our president. Cause look what he done. Look what he done. When they are the ones. Look, he out of everybody they are making them decisions. A president. We don't have a dictatorship here. Please understand. This is America. We don't have a dictatorship here. In order for any laws to be passed, there has to be a whole panel of people that approve it. Do you understand that? And all
And that panel is.
and wait a minute, because you don't, because you wouldn't be blaming Obama if you knew all of this. Okay, on all of these panels, they all are not my color. I'm gonna need you to know that.
I'm sorry?
The panel of people that's making these decisions,
Yeah.
they're not our color.
Did I ever?
I'm trying to get you to understand the bigger picture here, baby.
Yeah, but why? Yeah,
I'm
just.
trying to get you to understand the bigger picture here.
But
When they put him in the position, he the fucking fall guy for the.
But he could. Okay, I don't know if he's. Look, if you look at his I can dig into the history of it. Maybe I don't know where exactly he became an asshole, but he is an asshole right now. Don't you agree? And he doesn't represent you as a race. If we gonna start, it's gonna start that.
Life is in danger.
But it doesn't matter, because it's the same bunch of assholes, and I do not believe that it's just something he just bumped into presidency and then he just discovered it. He knew it far before he became president. That's my opinion. Where exactly, I don't know, and no, I don't. I know I don't. I'm sorry. No, I don't think he is as if we're talking about him as representing the black people. No, I know the black people is not.
He's the president.
It's not the people pulling the strings.
He's the president. He's supposed to represent the country. He's not supposed to represent black people. That's a misconception. A president. That's not a president job to be one-sided.
No, because I only brought it up because you brought it up. To me, it doesn't matter, He's an asshole. He's an asshole because whether he's a Texan, Bush from Texas, or he's some moron with wooden shoes on from my country, or a Japanese. If he's dictating, ruling.
He's not dictating nothing. That's the point.
He's just a puppet on a string in the end, but he's not.
So you blame the puppet. You blame the puppet instead of the master that's pulling the strings.
But the puppet.
That's not very. That's not very.
Do you? I'm sorry. I don't think if it's still a problem. I don't think it's still a problem if you would disagree here. But do you disagree with me that he was aware of what he was getting into when he became president? Or do you think it was something he just, when he was president, just overwhelmed him? Is that your impression? And it doesn't matter in the end,
You are not understanding my whole point here. It doesn't matter whether President Obama is in there or not.
No, exactly.
You can't understand if you blaming the victim That's just like somebody get raped. What you doing right now?
Okay, so it was
That's like
answered.
saying if you got raped, it's your fault because you knew when you wore that short dress, you knew you put yourself in danger of being raped. That's basically how you viewing the whole thing.
But do you think so again? Do you think it's just he knew he was getting into what he was getting into before he became president, or it was something like he was becoming president with the best intentions and like, oh, what the fuck is this for corrupt shit?
Absolutely.
What's your you think the second?
It's very likely, hon.
He had the best intentions and just became president and oh my god.
Yes, because you can see it in his. You can see it if you really watch the whole progression, and you'll see him sometimes when he was giving his, the deeper and deeper he got into it. You could see him. He's standing up there and he giving in his speech, and it's like he know a secret. Just look at his face. Just look at his face.
Candy, look,
It's like he knows
he
something.
changed. He changed. I know.
You didn't let me finish.
I'm sorry.
It's like he knows something, but he can't tell it. He can't. He can't. It's what I'm telling you about. His life is in danger. He can't. There are certain things he cannot do. They will kill him. He already done had continuance from the time he even stepped in office. Before he even got in office, they threatened to kill him. All right. They didn't want no nigga in office. They didn't already said this to him. And so what they done now, they let the nigga in, all right? And then they say, don't worry, we letting the nigga in, but he ain't finna run shit. We just gonna let him in and let the black people, so the black people can get off our fucking back about us not letting them ever be president.
But
This is what, this, okay, go ahead.
you do agree that that was also the case with Bush, and even with JFK, who got murdered with it, you know? And yes, I do agree that, and I see that with every politician, mainly prime ministers or presidents in your case, when they get into office, when you compare the when they get into office and out of office, they're fucked up, you know? They're stressed the fuck out. And okay, so I agree with you.
You know what? If
That
somebody
I agree with you, but I do not. I
over
do
here, they
not.
blame it on Obama. It's like he the fucking president. Why does is he to blame
He's
for
being used. He's being used. Look,
51?
look, look. I rather see. Do you know Alan Greenspan, the former director of the IMF? He just also another clip I posted. I know it's also on my channel. He's just boldly admitting he's just standing the IMF central banks. Standing above every governmental or federal rule. So pretty much he's just stating in his Zionist words, "Oh fuck, now I'm going to jail." there, fuck it. Uh, he's just basically stating just America is our bitch, except as the same as the Netherlands. Let's make that clear, and pretty much the same as every fucking country. They are bitches, and not otherwise. You know, they print money for us and you, but those are the real assholes. You know, the central banks and those the else. And Obama is just a puppet on the string. I agree, but I don't think he's just perfectly innocent when he came into office. I don't think that. And if you really think that, I can look it up. But it's just it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I do agree with you. The system itself, the forces behind him are the real problem. But it's just it's just he's at the moment. And again, I rather see Bush because I can understand your point of view because it's just a point of it's just put on string again and like you said,
You don't
a
blame the
black guy being used for their games. You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah,
was
you
your
don't
point,
blame
right?
the puppet. You don't blame the puppet for his actions. You blame
But
the
he's it's about the I agree with you, but again, I do not believe he's
yeah, but
perfectly innocent when he came into office.
your words is contradictory to itself because you said, I know he's a puppet on the string, but I'm still gonna
But
blame
he's
the
the
puppet
picture.
and
He's
not
like the face of the picture. Like my fat ugly face on my avatar, that's the face of the picture, you know. And I know he is not the most evil motherfucker out there, you know, because I can see it also in his face, you know, and just in general. But I do not believe he's just perfectly innocent when he went into
that's not
office.
what I said.
No,
That's
no, but I'm just stating what I'm believing here, right? Just to make my point of view clear. But I totally agree with you. He is not the real scumbag, but he's just the face of the bullshit being played. And yes, he's the puppet on the string, but he is the puppet, the recognizable puppet. And I would rather post, and I would rather post the real assholes. People would not recognize him, and I would rather see Bush's face. Look, I still get his. I just posted another vid of him. I still get in stitches when he get. You can fool me. You got a beautiful speech here, and he's talking. Fool me once, you can fool me three. You can't fool me twice. It's just that guy was just ridiculous. And the problem for me is in that I would rather use him. It's just something I shared. You know, it's just bringing awareness. You know, that's the whole. It was more of a joke, and I wanted
it's not
I
bringing
wanted to
awareness
delete it.
to
I
it's not
wanted to delete it, but I do not believe in censoring and deleting bullshit. But it's just like I said. I do not approve this message. You know what I'm saying? It's do
but
you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
but
just to put it in that it's not that's not my target. You know, let's go assassinate. But that's not the fucking. It doesn't solve shit. If he gets put out of place, it doesn't solve shit.
yeah, but when people are when
That dude commenting was just way out of order, and that was just the general consent of people seeing that message and
that was
commenting on it.
message fat. That was not a good message, Liquid Blunt, though. That was not a good message at all. That was very derogatory towards. Uh,
And I again, so then again, saying I feel like I should say I do not approve with this message because it was more like a joke. You know what I'm saying? But it got to some extent that I
it
felt
brings,
like
it
this
brings
is this is some bullshit. I'm sorry.
brings down the value of very honorable men in the military. That
Of
really hurted me too,
the
because
value of.
huh?
I'm sorry, I lost you at the value of.
I say it brings down the value of there are very honorable people in our military, and the person you had, he had on those white gloves and his whole uniform that he
Oh,
had.
I don't even know. It's just
No,
it's I agree
no,
with you.
no,
I
no.
agree with
I'm
you. It's
trying to
maybe.
explain. If you let me speak, please, baby,
I'm sorry.
please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Understand? Okay.
I think we're on the same level. That's just
Yeah,
basically
but
it.
the man that you had, I mean, the man in the mini that you had that had, and somebody put that and put him like that.
You also
Represent,
gotta laugh at some things. You know, it's just it's
yeah,
not like
but
you gotta see the bigger picture. And I do agree with you. People can interpret it the wrong way, but people looking at it and plus one again,
that was very derogatory.
except some morons, you know, and they got yeah.
You see
Uh,
what it attracted? You see? Do
yeah,
you see the, do you
but did you
see?
see what? But did you see what happened?
Yeah, but do you see what it attracted though?
It attracted, and he got, and then maybe next time he'll think like, no, this is some bullshit. Do you know what I'm saying? And he'll get the bigger picture, and he'll be on the same line as you as and I am, you know, on the same wavelength, and knowing it's not about a particular person. It's just a bunch of assholes, you know, and it's again, one person doesn't
But you
solve
don't
shit, you
realize
know.
you're not realizing, Liquid Blunt, that we have a lot of racism here.
Yeah, that's no. I looked at it and I'm
We
that was
have a
something.
lot of
When
racism, and
if that
that
was
stirs up.
I'm
You're
sorry.
not listening. It stirs up a lot of racist problems.
Yeah, I saw that, and if
That's what I'm
when
saying.
I
You're
saw that
not listening.
happening,
It's
that's
just like you go into a woman, I mean, to a household, right? And you don't know what's going on in that household, right? And you make a little joke about that man white, all right? And you think you're just joking, all right? But when
but
you
I can't
leave,
help it.
no,
I can't
no,
help it
listen
if
to me,
morons
please.
don't get it. I
Listen
can't
to me,
help it if
please.
morons don't get it. That's not my
Yes, but
fault,
you're
you know.
not listening to me because you're not understanding what I'm saying. When you go and you make a joke about that man's wife, all right, maybe you don't see what's going on because you don't live there, all right, and then you go and you make a joke about that man's wife, but when you leave, guess what? He beat her ass. He beat her ass. You understand what I'm
I don't
saying?
agree. I don't agree because if you look at people, he deleted his comments. He felt like ashamed. He didn't felt like if he felt he was in line. You know, I don't agree. Maybe could be, but I think these things are exposed. You have to expose evil. You don't have to. If people was and either everyone has
Oh, okay, I see.
has dark sides or have shitty sides. You know, but this is some bullshit. And you saw what people just dropped into the post and was like, "Hey man, fuck that dude," you know.
Yeah,
And eventually he had something like, "Yeah, probably he didn't contact me afterwards. You know, I know him, but
right.
I never seen him post this kind of stuff." But you saw other people also like, "Hey man, fuck this shit," and you know, and they joked around, you know.
Right.
And that's fucking humanity, you know.
Yeah.
People see, I cannot help it if morons or people being frustrated at a a certain moment. I can be a moron at certain moments, just like now, too. But I agree with you with the
The
racism. With the
body of
racism,
our
I don't agree with you.
military need to be respected. They go through a lot. They go through a lot. They deserve respect. Those people risk their lives for bullshit every day. Not for nothing good all the time. Sometimes they risk their whole life for bullshit that I was
Yeah,
going
and there and those are the majority of the people, but the people at the top, motherfucker. Okay, look, you have to be pretty shitty to come to run the top, you know.
huh?
It's not. It's. I said you have to be pretty shitty to run stuff. You know, to be at the top of stuff. If you're just being honest and everything, you're not being allowed that far. You know. That's why, in general, just people just being there are leaders, there are good people running shit, but most of them are just psychopaths, megalomaniacs who just want to run, who just want to run stuff, and just it's pretty much slavery if you look at it, you know, just
What?
sick as games, you know. And just the further you go to the top, yeah, the shittier shit gets, you know. It's just, and if Obama, I don't care about Obama. It's just look. I'd rather see him just live in peace. I'd rather see everyone live in peace. No one gets shot. But it's just it's a statement, and the way things ran, I would just. It would have my favor to just delete it, but I do not believe in censoring shit, and you know, it just expose. If someone comes up and just talking crap, yeah, and enough people bump in, and enough people are with smart enough consensus that this is some bullshit,
Mhm.
he'll just get, yeah, just one big group hug. Look, man, stop this bullshit. We're into this together, and this is just some fucking meme, just for the lulz, you know, for the lol. And it doesn't say shit about Obama. It's just you know, it says exactly that, and I agree with your in the U.S. your racism issues. We have also racism issues, but not you know against blacks in general. But
Not as big.
it's more it's different. But I understand your point. But do you understand my point? I wanted to delete it, but I do not believe in censoring, unless it's some pedophile motherfucker, or you know what I'm saying, or some dick yeah, some governing society. Okay, fine, but I don't like censoring stuff and everything.
Yeah, but if
Just
people
like just like you would react something and it's, oh no, I'm gonna delete it because she reacted in a way I didn't like. That's not. Fuck it. If he wants to say something and there are enough people looking at
Oh,
him,
but if you don't like history, then why not just let him spew out his racist comments?
I did. But I can point out to him that this is just some racist bullshit dividing us.
Right.
Or should I just lay back and just let him fucking rage and just I thought it was hilarious. Just his hypocrisy just got exposed, and he probably was thinking to himself also like, yeah, yeah, this is some bullshit. Probably I don't know him. Maybe he was in a bad mood. I don't know him too well. Or, you know what I'm saying? But that was some bullshit, and that's immediately what I said, and we said it at the same exact time. I think.
Yeah. I noticed that. I said, wow. What the hell?
No, but I saw that and I just immediately thought like, no man, that's when I would, okay, am I gonna delete this post? So I just typed my opinion, and when I came back, I just saw how it how it went, and I just fuck it, mate. And he deleted his comments afterwards. Fine, he just got, he just got, and the point make that was made is still there. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna delete anything,
Right.
But again, the meme got pulled way out of bounds, out of its context by someone. But I can't help it if someone does stupid things. People do that all the time.
Right.
Don't shoot the messenger, man. But I understand your points. I think I understand your point, of course. And
Uh,
I think we all agree on that to some extent. Maybe not 100%, but certainly 90%, and that's fine enough with me. It's at least a lot more than what percentage that guy was. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And pretty much everyone on only everyone on certain areas is pretty much different. And as long as everyone can be eccentric, different, weird in their way, it doesn't. Why does that have to be bad? As long as it's not harming others or offensive to others.
Right.
And that picture was on the edge, or maybe over the edge. Maybe it was just more for the law. I don't have against particularly him. It's just that the fucking, again, what you said, that system running shit, and whether he, how innocent to at what level, it's all some bullshit. Again, the root has to be sorted out. Again, I would rather post some real assholes out there, but if I would look up, it's pretty hard to find a meme with Jacob Rothschild or something with that holding a speech with a bloke by and besides him. I just I just stumbled upon it, and it was just part of a lot of great stuff I just saw, and it was just funny to me, just for lols. And if I just knew the bullshit, it just would great. I wouldn't even share it, because it fucked up the message. Do you know what I'm saying? And I also posted something about Bernie Sanders, him not being also what he's supposed to be, and then you get some people just totally the raping is with the comments, and I'm not gonna delete it. Fuck that. For all I care, I'm gonna repost it again clean. Let them. I'm not gonna get involved with that trolling bullshit.
Mhm.
Or they're gonna get exposed. If they have the energy for it, I'm gonna go in discussion with them. And if we as a people just we see it, this is some bullshit. And it's just people. These things just like racism, it's just ignorance and just lack of
Do you know this
being
guy,
stupid, that's
Major
I'm sorry.
Allerheck?
Hey man, if someone would join club,
Coming in and popping in and out. I don't
yeah, see,
know, so I didn't release him into the broadcast. Naza?
He's still on mute. Can't you unmute him or something?
Yeah, but he need to write something in the chat box. I don't know him, so if he coming to,
Okay. We've got a porn bomber. We're coming too
yeah,
close to the we're coming too close to the truth.
yeah, I ain't kip. I ain't finna teach you.
It's the Illuminati.
Fuck up. I don't know you, buddy.
Oh, this is.
Putting in the chat box, you gonna pop your ass in and out. You gonna pop your ass in and out, and go.
Yeah, when I look at it, I see in out, in out, in out. I don't know, maybe something really important to say and try to refresh or something. We don't start panicking, you know. If you just porn bombs and fuck it, take my channel, take my channel. I don't give a shit. You know?
No, my channel, he ain't. Baby, no.
You gotta expose evil. You know, if you
Yeah,
wasn't
but
wrong,
he
you
ain't
can't.
gonna post nothing on my channel. He could be going to somebody
Yeah,
else.
but maybe you could expose the assholes or some good fucking arguments, you know? Or maybe expose the meaning of life. You know what I'm saying? You can't just shut people down. You know what I'm saying?
He can expose his ass on somebody else's channel, not on mine.
Oh, let him prove, dude. Nasser.
He ain't said nothing, so he don't want to say nothing. He ain't said nothing.
Type something, man. Do you enjoy our conversation? What are you doing here, mate?
Let him hear, just enjoying the conversation, I guess. You know, that let him.
Yeah, then no problem, man. Just stick a thumbs up or okay. Well, I don't know.
You see,
He dropped out. Okay.
no, he ain't gonna expose not a damn thing on my channel. No, no, thank you.
I agree with some certain steps, but you gotta give him some chance. No, steps. Let him type something first, something good or something.
No,
Because
they'll trick you. They'll trick you and say,
but it's dangerous. It's dangerous. With a porn bomb, you get.
Conversation, yeah, they want to contribute, all right. They want to contribute something that'll get my channel pulled down and got me fucked up. Now, Candy.
No, I'm sorry. No, that's the last thing I want. But it's just
No.
that's something I'm really. That's really not good. That with some fucking porn bomb, someone's channel get blocked. We have to get some backups for that. You know, just back up. Bam, this is my other channel. Fuck that.
No.
You have a trolling version. You know, you gotta have backups with these motherfuckers. You know.
No, people need to come together, sign a petition to send in to Google, to their YouTube department, and tell them they need to fix that error in the system way it's set up.
Maybe they are from YouTube.
To allow somebody to come in and troll somebody else's account, palm bombing, and then get that person's channel taken down. Somebody need to do something about that. That would need to be done. Not us let them porn bombers. No, that's not a solution to no problem. No, They're not coming in and porn my channel. No.
It's just weird that something that you immediately can get shut down by. You know, it's just weird. Just like bam, and within 2 seconds, you know, bam, deleted, and yeah, it's just. And also, who says he wasn't from YouTube itself? You know, you can write all you want to YouTube, they ain't doing shit.
Well,
or it has to be such a collective thing again. Or it has to be such a collective.
Wait, Liquid Blunt. We got to address that, okay? Because you can't say that nothing will be done if nobody haven't even tried it to say, okay, we tried that already and nothing happened. Nobody has never
I agree.
It. You got to at least first try something before you rule it out. Now you got to at least try it.
Which was pretty much my argument with this guy, you know.
Right.
So I agree with you. I think.
Why do you agree? Why are you petitioning for the porn bomb instead of petitioning?
No, I agree with you. You're right.
To get the problem solved.
It's just you should at least try. You know, you should at least spark that fucking thing. You should at least try not to. You should at least try to address it. But all I'm saying, it has to be such a collective thing.
You have
to censor stuff. You can't. I'm not for that. No censorship shit. That's crazy. If you don't censor stuff, you got people in the world that's non-compliant.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different. That's
No, it's not different. It's not different. You got peoples in the world that's non-compliant. In other words, you got peoples in it. Realistically, you can't make everybody think alike. All right.
no. Okay,
So
agree. Okay,
really,
but if
no,
he
hear
would
me
come
out,
in the no, if
yeah.
he
And then you
no,
talk
let
about
me make the
that.
point. If he comes into this group and he wasn't able to shut us down with a porn bomb, he would just be okay. You have nothing to say. You get muted. Done. It's just the fact that he can shut us down with a porn bomb. We have to be this. You know what I'm saying? That's the only problem. Otherwise, just being open and just being a collective. This is some bullshit. Just again with
Well,
argument.
even if he couldn't shut, even if he, this is what you don't understand.
We would just mute him.
Listen to me. You can't understand what I'm saying if you don't ever listen to me, huh? If what I'm telling you is this, whether the rule was that he could shut me down with a porn bomb or not, I don't want to see no fucking porn. I don't personally want to see that. Do you understand that? I personally, whether it was against the rules or not, I personally don't want to see that. Do you understand that? Okay? Everybody is not okay with porn. Okay? Everybody is not. Okay? Into porn. I'm going to need you to know that. And there may be a lot of people in this world that are okay with porn, but I am one of those people. I do not indulge in pornography. You understand me? All right. So therefore, no matter what Google rules is, I don't want to see no porn. I don't want to see nobody asshole. I don't want to see nobody fucking somebody. I don't want to see no two men pumping each other. I don't want to see that. You understand? Do you understand me what I'm saying to you, Juan?
Of course I understand. I'm laughing. I'm sorry.
That's real shit. That's real shit, baby. That's real shit.
The bullshit they're showing.
I don't want to see that.
No, and nobody wants to see it.
No,
Otherwise, it would be on the
I
other way.
want to see that, but I happen to be one of them that don't. Okay, so this is what I'm saying to you. Matter whether Google rule allowed them to do that or they wouldn't shut my channel down, whatever, it don't matter. I would still be happy to have this feature on there where I can censor what people's doing. And if somebody you didn't see earlier. There was
Mate, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to interrupt you. The whole problem is he's hiding behind this fucking screen name. That's the whole fucking problem. In real life, you can't do that bullshit. And I agree with you. And it's something just annoying, and it has to be. People deal with it in their own way, as long as just. We're pretty much on the same level, and I agree. I feel like you're in defense. I feel like you're in defense. I'm sorry.
I said, if we didn't have, you say you believe in no censorship, no censorship, no censorship, but
Exactly. Next.
no censorship meaning that he has a right to porn bomb me, and that's not cool.
No, look, if he,
Cool.
I know it's not cool, but the problem is that
That's not
he's.
cool, baby.
I know it's not cool. The problem is that with porn bombing, he's shutting people down. Because if he would just showing some ridiculous porn, I would be like, oh, fuck this shit, and the majority would. Otherwise, they would be looking at the shit on the stupid site itself instead of talking about real talk.
Right?
So they show it, and people are like, oh, fuck that dude, They just don't let them go into defense, don't let them get you into defense, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
they ain't doing shit.
Real talk is about real shit we deal with every day in life, right? Even if he wasn't on this broadcast and he come in, say for example, he was standing on the corner outside on the street somewhere and he pulled his pants down and started showing his penis. Okay? The reason that we can go and call the police on him and have him arrested is because of censorship. The very censorship that you saying that people ought to be allowed to do things like that. People
No. Then we just collectively agree, just this is bullshit, we don't want it, and we just get,
no,
get
the only
pushed.
reason why that's against the law is because people stood up and said we should not be
The collective agreement.
subject to this type of behavior, huh?
The collective agreement. Just
Yes.
that's what I'm. Cause yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like we're constantly not exactly just on a parallel wavelength, just going exactly on the same, just explaining it from a different angle, but pretty much.
My point is, we have to have some censorship.
But I don't see that's kind of censorship. I see you're not trying to. If someone wants to say something, you should at least let them try, And the way you did it by steps, by typing, I don't know, but that's all fine. But you should let people. You should at least let people speak their opinion, right? If they want to, and if they talk some bullshit, pretty much everyone agrees. Go play in the kindergarten.
My YouTube video.
I'm sorry.
You said you should let people have some freedom, right? Okay, I do, but not maybe to the extent they want to have it. I don't. Okay.
If you want freedom, you're gonna.
Listen to me now, so you can understand.
I do. I'm sorry.
If you go on my YouTube video, you will see all kind of racist, derogatory statements towards me. Nigga, bitch.
I haven't seen that bullshit, man.
Fuck you and all the kind of stuff in the comment section on my YouTube.
Yeah.
Guess what?
But aren't the majority of your people, of your audience, or the people watching, exposing him as some racist bullshit?
Because I'm black. You don't have to deal with that.
No. But the people in the comments, or is it just constantly one-on-one bullshit?
No, I don't even know these people.
No, but are you arguing with them, or is just the group arguing with them?
It's just people are that way in America. I keep
just to you specifically. Yes, but I want to know the problem. Is it just you having an argument one-on-one, or is it them?
These are just random people. Matter of fact, they came on my
Just talking in general, not to you specifically.
Right.
Oh yeah, of course, but that's a huge problem.
I'm telling you that racism is a
again. We're on not on exactly the same wavelength, just parallel.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you that is a very realistic issue in our society.
And it's a lot less here with Black society. I can only look again. I'm a fucking huge hip hop fan. I'm aware of it, but I'm not there. I'm not feeling it. You know what I'm saying?
I really understand that.
I can never fully understand it if I'm not there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If I haven't, even if I'm white and I'm there, I haven't experienced the. I hate to fight again the black experience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I still get tears when I hear fucking "I Have a Dream." You know what I'm saying? Let's hear the last tapes or anything. That's
But
that's the shit I kind of love. And
people have their opinion. I leave those comments. I don't delete them. I have all kind of.
Have you seen like the KKK? You know, they got shut down by Anonymous. You know, the website, and they were pretty much it. Look, I can laugh at that shit all day, mate.
Yeah, I love people.
They're censoring, but on a collective agreement that this is some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So they can say their mind, they can speak their racist bullshit, and the collective answer response is the finger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that is what freedom is, in my opinion. You know, collective agreeing, and it's the same thing with politics. Or just it's not politics even more. It's just a global games run by these psychopaths from the banks and everything. Now I forgot my fucking bridge. Fucked up. No, but I hope you understand what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
I had a total brain fart.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I respect everybody and their own individual opinions and
But
views.
if they think some bullshit and the collective agreement is the
The
finger,
only
that's some
thing,
bullshit. That's beautiful, right?
right? But the only thing, like I was saying on my last broadcast, is that only time when there should be something done about people's opinions or their viewpoints is when it crosses over to the point where now that
It's
person
being offensive.
is violating.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. I understand. And again, if this is bridging it to the post, I understand your point of view, and that's again why I thought of maybe I should delete this bullshit. Maybe this was just over the top because it brings again just like anarchy is being labeled. This it brings some emotions, and I never experienced it, so maybe I can understand your point of view. But that's me, and that was I know you also know that was my message at all. But I do understand you explaining it, and also appreciated you further explaining it to me, because the only reason I didn't delete it because yeah, again he said that shit. I posted my
You know
response.
what?
You responded. You responded. Then I went away. I didn't saw anymore. And then I just saw how it went, and I was just like, fuck it, And then he deleted his comment. I was like, fuck it,
Oh, he
fuck it.
deleted
The point has been made and even been strengthened. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what? I wouldn't even recommend that you delete it because, like you said,
No, exactly. It's been exposed and even strengthened.
say something. Let me say something.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What I'm saying, I don't even recommend that you delete it because you brought up an interesting issue that I didn't think of at first. And I use that technique all the time, but I didn't even think of it concerning that post. But you said it exposes, that type of stuff will expose people for what they are. Because if you hadn't posted, he wouldn't have exposed himself for being racist. See? And by y'all coming in and attacking him, that let him know that what he was doing was fucked up. See?
It
And
wasn't even attacking. It was just like,
I mean,
look,
not
man, it's just
attacking him,
he
but
wasn't more on you. I'm sorry.
it was more, I mean, I may use the wrong word, but what I'm saying is addressing. Y'all address the issue.
Perfectly put.
And if he wouldn't have never exposed himself, then that wouldn't have never been dealt with him. See? So it kind of forced him to face himself. You understand what I'm saying? That this is ugly. You understand what I'm saying? And he said, I apologize to you. Okay. And I didn't know he apologized to me, but I had forgiven him already. But just the fact that he apologized showed that actually made a difference in that young man's life. Okay. So I wouldn't suggest that.
But just earlier, sorry to interrupt you. Just earlier, you said he was going to beat his wife, maybe, and that's an option, but that's not something I have in control, If I was standing in the fucking chamber with him, in his house with him, I'm not there, But exactly like you said, I'm totally agreeing with you to some extent. But
Mhm,
just pointing out, just like you said earlier, you know what I'm saying? Not
mhm,
like you're being hypocrite, but you're looking at different views. Just like you said, I just didn't thought of it.
mhm.
I think it's hypocrite to say you never change opinion. Then you're just stuck in your fucking beliefs. In my opinion,
Right,
as soon as you get narrow-minded, you don't develop. In my opinion,
right. I try
but
to look at things from all angles because anytime you have a viewpoint, there's more than one angle. Okay, to that, it's so many, and this is why we do need some level of some censorship, and this is the reason why we don't need censorship in some degree
I
because
don't think it's censoring, but just addressing. That's just perfectly put. We're
yeah.
not censoring, we're just addressing, and then people come to realize, yeah, this is some bullshit. And me too. I get addressed too. Sometimes I just do something and then I get addressed, and if I understand it, I'm like, oh yeah, sorry man, that was bullshit. Or if I don't understand it, please convince me of your view. Or if it's a collective agreement, okay, fine. I'll suck in with this time. You know what I'm saying? If it's just the benefit of the global thing, why should I whine about a particular small thing if I'm hurting others with it?
Right.
But that's everybody's so individualistic mindset they have.
Yes.
That's not perfectly English, but
Clear. People have individualistic mindsets that prevent them from seeing other people's point of views. That may be very valid. Okay, it
the
may be.
bigger you see, exactly, I agree with you. The bigger you see the picture, the more irrelevant this small bullshit becomes.
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm.
That's how I see shit, but it's. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just a fat, ugly, liquid blind bitch. I still. You saw this show of Dave Chappelle I posted. I think I even pinned it, yeah, on my profile, but it's just oh fuck, it put me share that screen share that shit. I don't know if it's pinned or not. It's from Dave Chappelle. Oh no, maybe it's the oh fuck, I haven't. No, it's the second. I'm showing you what you know. Hold on. It just put me stitches. I love the Chappelle, man, and he was just like a bit huge finger to the fucking thing, and then he just disappeared. He went off stage. He went too far. The Illuminati called.
Oh, you were talking about the Illuminati.
No, 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 I don't know, but he was saying some real shit.
Oh,
Just
you
like
were teasing. You that teasing. Mm-mm.
no, I just, yeah. What if I don't know what the fuck I'm doing? But that thing, and it starts at the 31:13. That's that part. I just love it. Just how he puts it. It's just, oh, I love that guy. The same with Eddie Griffin. It's just fucking hysterical, man.
Oh yeah, Eddie Griffin, and he get real down. He get down dirty with it.
Oh man, I loved it. But he also he showed the hypocrisy of white, black, Asian, everything, the good side, bad
Everybody.
sides, everything, just the
People are-
global things.
Mhm.
And it's just hysterical to me because
Mhm.
I love his jokes about white people, because it's just some stupid bullshit. But that he just takes some weird ass context is just hilarious. I do appreciate how you white people, if there's some white dude in China, they go get him. But when we were slaves, not one black dude in a not one black dude in a canoe came over here. And I know it's just some bullshit. How the fuck? What the fuck are they? What the fuck are they gonna do? But you know what? Just the, the joke. It's just the fucking hysterical yeah, the contradiction. It's just fucking hilarious. And also with we don't let our he also says to white people, we don't let our kids play to the woods. You go to the end of this block and no further.
He's so good.
It's just I'm tired of seeing your kids on my milk box. Have you seen me? And there's always a white person.
Right? Yeah, man.
Oh man, that's true. That's
But you know what?
That champagne he's drinking. That's the fat, ugly, liquid blonde bitch. The cat from my Avatar. That's I still love that show, and also that he says something from 15 minutes or so in his 15 minutes or something in his show. You could tell him I said it. Yeah. Christians say all this people dying over this religions, you know. Christians say Jesus is the messenger. Muslims say Muhammad is the messenger. I say who gives a fuck who the messenger is?
But
Did you
Christians
get the message? Yeah, did you get the message?
don't believe in killing people for not.
I'm sorry.
I said only different. Okay, the difference between other religions than some of. Okay, now a lot
The
of people
main
don't
message
really.
is the same. Do you know what I'm saying? Just like he said, even science proves that effect. Don't fuck with me, and I won't fuck with you. Even science proves that to be a fact. You know, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. You know, don't fuck with me, and I won't fuck with you. It's the same damn message. You know. And again, the bigger you see the picture, the more irrelevant the small stuff becomes. You know.
Yeah, but in all reality, though,
People are
if
problems are there because society is being held dumb.
yeah, but let me make a point if you don't mind.
I'm done now. I'm done now.
In all reality, though, although Christianity, I dislike many of their approach is sometimes very offensive.
I'm not gonna defend that here, but go on. Sorry.
But what we have to be realistic about it. Christians don't kill people for not being Christian. All right. The difference between the fascist, I think they call it the fascist regime, or the people of the Islamic faith. People mix it.
Islamic State is bullshit. You know that is. It doesn't have jack shit to do with Islam. It's just.
Right. It don't. I was gonna say that if you let
I'm
me.
sorry. Yeah, you know my tongue. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself and just listen to you, man, and just let you fucking finish for some time.
That's what I was gonna get to. That because the news media tell people that it's the Muslims doing this, it's the Islamic people, when it's really these what do you call extremists? Okay, they may be sometimes they have some type of religious belief system, but it's not the Muslim or the Islamic belief actual religion that tell them to kill nobody. These are people that are extremists, and they are part of the extremist groups that they may take it upon themselves to do wicked and evil shit and kill people that's Christians or something like that. But it's that don't have nothing to do with the actual belief system of the Muslims, okay, or the Islamic faith. It don't have nothing to do with that. All right, now, because the new media tell people that that's what it is, that don't make it true. All right, so you got people that are doing wicked things, and they are blaming it on God or their particular religion, but that doesn't mean that that's what that really is about, because anybody can say that they are something and not really be a part of it. You understand what I'm saying? Not really be upholding the true belief. That's just like you can find a lot of Christians that don't love. They don't walk in love. And that is what the original foundation of what Christianity is supposed to be about, love. All right, so to bring it on home, what I was saying is that people need to look further into what's really going on, what the real big picture is, because Christianity don't encourage nobody to kill anybody. But yet, you got the Ku Klux Klan that kill black people, all right? And they'll say that's the part of their religious belief.
But they're morons.
But that's what I'm trying to point out, though, that anybody can say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just curious. How big is the Ku Klux Klan? I'm just curious. How big of a group are we talking about? Just curious. We have about 300 million Americans, right?
Oh yeah.
So how many cook? How many? How many? I don't even know the.
They
What is it? The half of the population is white, or of the U.S. or is it less? Of
no,
I'm sorry, is it more?
no. What you gotta understand, the Ku Klux Klan is not so large in number. All
No,
right.
exactly. It's just distraction by just shouting bullshit, and people don't. The more you get worked up about it, pretty much everybody agrees it's some bullshit, and it's just some ignorance, and that's the problem. People get distracted by all these kind of things, and
Well,
and 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 and, and understandably, because it hurts. What kind of bullshit in your own kind of way, and I'm not talking about this subject. I'm just talking in general, just being distracted by all this bullshit, whether it's ISIS or just Christianity, your belief being raped by some moron, interpreting texts with a good message. Did you get the message? It's the
right,
same the
right.
message. Just love your fellow man and
Mhm.
don't fuck with me and I will fuck you do.
Right.
Do to others as
You would have
as
them
do.
to do unto you. And
Thank you.
you know, you asked me a question. You said, "How large in number is the Ku Klux Klan?"
Yeah.
What
I'm
you
currently
gotta
curious.
understand now about the Ku Klux Klan?
It's pretty small, right?
They are small in number, but what makes them powerful is their positioning. They place of positioning. They are people in authority. All right.
I agree. I agree.
You understand what I'm saying? They don't have to be a whole bunch of them as long as they're in the right places. They control everything.
I wasn't even aware that the cook. Yeah, look, I'm not. I know there's some race. I maybe I underestimated them. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they so secretive. They don't even know their own numbers.
And
Okay.
what's their involvement regarding the Freemasons? Do you know that?
Uh,
I haven't even looked that up myself.
well, it's really
Are
strange.
they just a fraction of them or so? Some distraction clan? You know what I'm saying?
But let me
That's how they feel like because I always see some moron shouting stuff, and they always look like some inbreed piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's my impression.
because listen, the free you can be a Ku Klux Klan and a Freemason. Okay, they can
Okay,
they
okay.
can be part of both groups. All right, but the groups are not together. You understand what I'm saying? They're not the same group.
But are there a lot of members of both?
Um,
I don't expect you to give me exact. I
it's
just,
really not.
it's
It's really this. Okay, Ku Klux Klan is really they got the Ku Klux Klan. They hate black people. They want them dead. They can't stand us. They always plots to kill us. All right. Then you got the Freemasonry that saying leave the niggas alive. We just want to control them. Okay. We don't care if they live or dead. We don't care about them at all. You understand? We just don't care about them. Don't let them niggas control nothing. Basically. I'm just paraphrasing. All right. And then
but the connection between them, I'm just curious because it feels like there's some daughter company, if you put it that way, just distract people and just shouting shit,
well,
burning crosses
you got to
like
understand
some bastards.
the difference is the Ku Klux Klan believe in not only just white supremacy. They believe. They believe in black people are like a disease, so we need to be eradicated. You know that mean eradicated? Kill them. Okay. The difference between the Ku Klux Klan and the Masons is the Masons don't want us dead because they can make money off of us.
I understand.
Okay? They say, well, no, wait, we can still use the niggas.
Yeah, they could come in handy.
Wait a minute, we need, we need people to do shit we don't want to do. We can't get rid of all the niggas,
Yeah, but they still rather have white people, just if it's just the fact of it not being the dominant gene, not being the dominant gene.
Control of everything. That's the thing.
I'm sorry, who? Masons?
The Masons, they
Yeah,
want the
okay.
white people, and they do. They do.
Ah, no way, I agree. Yeah.
And what's so crazy about it, you even got black Masons. See, people don't know that.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm baffled. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I'm
Yes.
sorry. Could Obama be a Mason? Bam! I'm, the- I'm just I'm just throwing it in there.
But we live, so.
And I'm not saying which degree. I'm just throwing it in there
Live, so
because I know he's in 30 seconds.
So, people, though.
But just like you said, expose the evil.
I'm not Sandra Bland. I know how to shut the fuck up and live. You understand?
Look, I posted that screen share the shit from 31 minutes 13. It's just hilarious. And just fucking Dave Chappelle, man, that dude is just also a diamond of the human race, in my opinion.
Well,
just spreading awareness. The issue in your country between white and black. It's just so that it's still an issue. It's just so annoying.
You know what? We got more white people. You want to know something else that'll baffle you about America?
What?
We got more white people that's not racist than we do that is.
Oh, I'm fully aware of that. It's just some small group, and that's the problem with the Ku Klux Klan. They get so much attention, while pretty much everyone thinks like this is some bullshit.
The majority of people, especially the new generation, they are not so much into racism, but they are more so into stereotyping. Okay?
Ignorance. No, but look, you can also make jokes about me with my wooden shoes. You can also make jokes about me about wooden shoes and my windmills and eating cheese. If I know it's just, you know, just mocking each other just with good intentions. Just to expose the evil, just to expose the ridiculousness, how ridiculous it is. You know what I'm saying? And that's what these comedians also do perfectly. Eddie Griffin, and also share that Dave Chappelle just put on the it's just 30 seconds. It just cracks me up for 2 days or something. From 31 minutes, 30 seconds. It's just, oh fuck, I love that, man. How black people are being trapped. It's just, you put that on, it's just you'll find it hysterical. I know you'll do. It's just so fucking. I'm just looking good. For 2 days, it already cracks me up that fucking part.
You know how that you know how that man came on and he said something about smoking crack. Told me I need to stop smoking crack, and I told him, I said all black people don't smoke crack.
Yeah, that bullshit. Yeah.
Wait a minute, I want to point out something about that.
Sorry.
Okay, that was not racist in per se. Racism.
It was the stereo. Yeah, I do think it's racist because it's the stereotype.
Let me think.
Sorry.
It is exactly what you were saying, but that's what I was trying to point out, trying to get out. It's a different kind of racism these days. When I said that the majority of people are not racist, they are not racist, but they still have that stereotype in their mind about us.
But do you agree we as a human race already have wiped, at least to a good extent, wiped out some racism?
Absolutely.
So let's just keep that movement going, by just addressing it, exposing the evil, just marking it, as a collective.
Yes, I
because we all agree it's just some bullshit, and it's dividing us from the real shit.
And
You
let me
know?
tell you something. There's a lot of racism amongst Black people that people don't know about. That's what I have in some of my videos. I expose it because Al Sharpton is a racist fucking piece of shit.
Towards black people.
Huh?
Sorry, towards black people.
No. Do you know who Al Sharpton is?
No, I don't know exactly. I heard his name. He was a piece of shit if I'm correct, but I don't know for sure.
He is a Black man.
Yeah, that
And
doesn't take away he could be a piece of shit, right?
still a piece of shit, but he a Black man, but he racist the opposite way around.
Yeah, but that's also a lot, you know.
But
You get this bullshit in all sorts of in every form, and you know
exactly.
it's the same bullshit. It's just
But
a different
I'm
jacket.
telling you, they got Black Masons too now.
Yeah, of course. It's just, you have them in every of every kind, you know. It's just,
Lord,
but it's this. But in essence, it's the same bullshit.
yeah, but you ain't hear me what I said.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna fucking mute myself now. But I'm listening.
But they got Black races too. Okay, so when you got people like this, Al Sharpton, who has who has acquired uh, a voice, okay, and he has the ability to go and speak to people in the White House. He has the ability to go and talk to big power movers and stuff like that. But he chose to bring his racist agenda when he do speak to these people, all right? So what happens then, there's just a struggle of power of both two racist people, all right? They're both racist.
Or he's being allowed because he's shouting so much racist bullshit.
But you're not listening to what I'm saying, baby, okay? What,
Just questioning it. That's all.
yeah, what I'm saying is that we have people, Black people, that are in power, all right? But all they do is they racist, and the people we trying to get to be more understanding, they racist. So we got just two power struggle, okay, for both for racism, and neither one of them is gonna accept the other one's views because they both racist.
But you said there are also black Freemasons. Could he be a black Freemason?
You not gonna get me killed. I know. I know how to shut the fuck up.
Hey, look. No, I'm not gonna say. No, I think I mentioned it first. If I'm correct, I mentioned it first, right?
I'm not no damn fool. Shut the fuck up and live. I'm not Sandra Bland, okay?
Want to live another day? You ain't gonna give me shit.
Sir, you ain't gonna find me missed in the jailhouse. No.
Could you please do me a favor and show that clip or watch it for yourself if you don't? It's just, oh man, that guy, I love him, man.
Can't show other people material on my live broadcast.
Oh, it's like that. I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Mhm. Yeah, because
No
that's
problem. Just
copyright.
watch it. I'm sorry. I didn't watch. It wasn't like show the audience our live. And then didn't even check it. But it's not like let's show the audience this or something, you know. But I just wanted to share it with you. You know, it's just so fucking hilarious, you know.
We live.
I love that guy. Man. He says, you know, no, let me just say that the joke is about Bill Cosby. He said apparently it's some real shit or something. I don't know. It was a pretty old clip, I think. He also joked about Ja Rule being on the news with 9/11. And then, I don't give a shit about Ja Rule. I'm scared to death. I don't want to dance, motherfucker. I'm scared to death. I don't know why. I may have some questions Gerbil may not have an answer to, But then he says something about Bill Cosby, some joke, and then he says like, when I went to my high school, I just give my fair opinion. If you seriously want to make it out of ghetto, you just gotta focus and just stop blaming white people and just learn how to
Right.
rap or basketball. You're trapped, nigga. You can't go anywhere. You're trapped. The system. He goes from one to it's put just he's just putting it out there. The problem, he's exposing it perfectly, but you're still laughing your ass off at the hypocrisy of all the bullshit. And we as a human race all do that bullshit. It's just the small morons. So when I see that joke, it hurts. Of course it hurts. It's just the whole problem. But how he's just, he's just, you feel almost like he's going towards, just like you said, you got to stop blaming white people. And you gotta focus and just basically learn how to rap or play basketball. You're trapped, man. You are trapped. Like he was.
So white people, and when I say white people, I mean peoples of America. They love the hell out of black people. That's the truth. This is why they want to marry the men love. Okay, trust me. Everywhere I go, it's predominantly white. Them people love us. Love us to death. They treat me with no little kindness. No little kindness. Treat me like a queen. Okay.
I'm sorry, you totally lost me. Where you going with this? I'm sorry, buddy.
What I'm saying is, a lot of white people love black people. They love our.
Is that in general? Is that in general the case in America?
Very general.
Okay.
Love black people. All right. They watch everything we do. They like the way, even though we may be ghetto or talk bad or stuff like that.
Do you know that guy on the Dave Chappelle show? Real Talk with. He also had something. I'm not can't mention it. What was his name? He was also famous black comedian. And he says also in the Dave Chappelle show, everybody wants to be an N, but nobody wants to be an N.
Yes, everybody want to be a nigga.
Because I've heard this before, but it's not like the general.
You talking about Cat Williams? Anyway.
It could. I think you're right, but I can't give you disclosure on that. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, that's the truth. A lot of people like of all nationalities, they love black women. They love
but only the good things,
they love black people. All right,
No. That's the problem. They don't like just the good things, just the music. Oh, that's kind of cool, But they don't have the ability to just take him as his whole person.
No, they like
the morons, right there.
No, and people in general like black people. They like the way we act. They like what we do. Everything we do, they want to be like us. They
So
like the way.
How is it there's still a racist, such a huge racist issue there?
I'm telling you, the small percentage of people that's racist is because they jealous that black peoples are so talented and beautiful, have pretty skin and stuff like that. Okay, because we don't wrinkles and stuff when we get old. I'm an old woman, but people think I'm a young woman. All right,
but black people, I'm sorry,
because our skin don't wrinkle as quick. All right, and it's something about that. Other people love that. They always tell me, say, and when they think I'm young, and I tell them, y'all just don't know, I'm an old, and I tell them I'm old school, and they be like, old school? They think I'm 20 or something like that, and I say, oh, no, way beyond that. And they say, oh, but your skin's so pretty.
Do you also think that the racism from the black community is from maybe often a jealous point of view, and I don't know where they should. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why they should be jealous of some morons being so psychotic. They want to be slave drivers and everything. I don't know if that could be even. So I can understand. I can understand if you're being oppressed so long, you're being ultra. You're going over the top. Like.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's all just action reaction in my opinion.
Yes.
If you bounce the ball, you're gonna create an equal and opposite reaction. You know what I'm saying? It's just the same bullshit, and it's just really again. So we're talking about these things, and it's good they're being addressed, and I like the way we've having this talk. But we can't. I'm not gonna have this talk 10 times with you. I'm just gonna warn you because it's distracting us from the real cocksuckers. We already discussed we're being raped. Okay, we agreed, right?
But you know what? The real thing, the main thing we being raped of, being
Our own stupidity.
We being raped of our own opinions about things because
our own ignorance. I agree with you. I agree.
It's like we love, white people. White people love us, and the media is steadily trying to push racism. All right, but people are saying, "Well, I don't have a problem with black people," and the black people are saying, "Well, I don't really have a problem with the white people." And when in real life, we don't really see this problem, but every time they watch TV, see, I don't watch TV, but every time they watch TV, the TV is telling them, we got a racial problem.
Bill O'Reilly.
And it's like, white people are saying, well, I don't see the problem. I like black people,
Yeah, the Bill O'Reilly it's those kind of people, and I'm not saying like he is the root of the evil. Again, he could be playing the part, but I still blame him for playing that part. Sorry for being too how do you say it? Judgmental,
Yeah.
But I do blame him for that,
But
as a
it's
human being.
You gotta understand.
I can understand it, but I do blame him for it.
No, but
Just like I can expect other people to blame me for certain things. You
right.
know what I'm saying? Just being, you have to, if you want to be a collective, you also have to be willing to be held accountable for things.
Well, you can't.
Don't you think?
It's wrong to hold people accountable. That's just like, say for example, if people are stereotyping black people, right? Okay. And they stereotype black people, but it's because of social media. I mean, not social media, the multimedia, the news. So I don't blame them. I don't get mad at them for thinking this when it's the TV fault for feeding them this lie. I don't blame them for that. I overlook it. I'll say, well, they probably watch a lot of TV. That's what I usually tell them when I see people with these stupid stereotypes like all black people smoke crack and stuff like that. I say, baby, you've been watching too much TV. We don't all smoke crack,
Exactly. That's why people get annoyed by it,
Mm-hmm. And they think we, all of us, is hoes like Beyonce. I tell them in a minute, I say, we not all hoes. Beyonce made that choice for herself, but all of us singles are not hoes, and that is to be expected when this is what the multimedia is pushing. Okay. That all female singers is whores, and we'll all sleep with somebody as long as you give us a bunch of money, And that's what they pushing. And so this is why Anita Baker, she was one of the greatest singers of all time. But when she got in there and she realized that they want to try to make a hoe out of her, and she had a husband she was in love with. She didn't want to sleep with everybody. She got out of the music industry, okay? Because she wasn't a hoe. So if people don't realize that you can have good intentions going in, see, this is why I'm trying to explain to you. You can have good intentions going in, and then you face with a reality check. This
I
is
agree, but that
what's
reality
going
check
on
is.
here. We
But
have
the reality
orgies
check.
here. We have orgies here going on. We got the women being, fucked every which kind of way. All right. And if you ain't down with this, then you don't get no record deal. You understand? So this what you're not understanding is that people can be very well intentioned, but some people are bow down to it and go on in. All right. Some people will bow to it and go on in there. Okay. The men have to be homosexual, okay, to get in there. See, people don't know that. The women have to let anybody and everybody have sex with them in order to get in there. All right. And that's the real deal.
I'm just listening to you. I agree.
Yeah, so just because people in there don't mean that's what they heart is. And
Exactly.
they being faced with a what you call them, a ultimatum. If you want to have fame and fortune, this is what you gotta do.
That's very. I agree with you totally. But in the case with Obama, I think he faced that reality long before he came into office. But that's my opinion, and I haven't really digged into it. It's just like it's just a puppet. He's just a face, you know. The
Well,
the,
it's
the,
not
the, the real people in power still. That's a shifting face, but the real people in power are the same people. You know what I'm saying?
if somebody is, when I say face with reality, it's really a subtle thing how they slip it in. It's not just boom, if you want
No,
to.
no, it's a process.
It's not like that, baby. It's not
But
like
I'm
it's
not
real
gonna
stuff.
I'm not gonna discuss with you if you don't mind, if you really want to, because I'm not too. I don't know at what level. I in my personal belief, you have to be so deep before you even get to the position of being able to get elected. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. But in the end, it's all distracting us from the people pulling the strings, you know.
Exactly.
And that's what. And if I could just do the same picture with Rothschild with the same humorous effect, which was my attention, you know, just him as a face. Rather, again, I would rather have George W. You can fool me once, you can't fool me twice.
Right.
Now we've got a third one coming, maybe.
But see,
That's just insanity. It's insanity. That's such a idiot can have so much power, you know.
uh,
And
uh,
I look, mate. When Obama got elected, I was also I was a lot less knowledgeable about things, but also had the hope, you know. And just the fact of it being able, having a black person being president was just awesome to me, you know. But the more you find out, the more you're like, look, he was already aware of too much bullshit before he even got in the position of being elected.
so
That's my personal
being
belief.
aware of
I'm not guaranteeing it, like stating it. That's my belief.
But being aware of bullshit doesn't necessarily put you in a position of knowing the full picture. Okay.
No, but knowing he has to do bullshit, you know what I'm saying? That he can be a fucking pure good intentions. Maybe, I don't know, if it was JFK, they say he was a good president, and he exposed with that speech he held, you know, which
Mhm.
exposed the forces behind him, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then he got murdered. Still think it's the CIA,
yeah,
but
because you got to understand, sometimes you got to go in the lion's den, but you got to go in the lion's den dressed as a lion. You can't go.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I didn't catch what you. It's my lack of knowledge of English. I couldn't follow you.
I said, you have to, sometimes if you want to go in a lion's den, You
Okay.
have to go in the lion's den dressed as a lion. You can't go in a lion
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I cannot.
dressed as a what should I say? As a coyote.
It would be awesome if he was really a wolf.
You can't go
Or,
in the
yeah.
lion's den dressed as a lamb either.
It would be really awesome if he was a sheep dressed like a wolf all the time. Just a harmless sheep dressed like a wolf trying to free the other sheep. And then he got caught up with something. I don't believe so, but I cannot exclude it. I also gotta give him the chance of that possibility. Look, I didn't grow up with him or something. You know what I'm saying? But when I look at the power structure, it's just you're not just coming to a position of being electable for presidential electorates. No, it's not gonna happen. You gotta have some blood on your hands, probably.
Yeah, but how else you gonna be a lion if you don't have no blood on your hands,
I'm
baby?
sorry. I'm sorry.
How else are you gonna be a lion?
Yeah, it would be awesome, but why? What is? Yeah, look. Well, yeah, it will be. Maybe I'm seeing it incorrectly, and you know what I'm saying. Maybe he's just a good guy, and he did his best. You know what I'm saying. But it's just so hard for me to believe.
Yeah, you got to have some blood on your hands and all that. And see, what I can't really relate it to you live on air, but no, I'm hoping you'll get the drift of what I'm saying. You got to have some blood on your hands in order to even shake hands with these type of people, baby.
Well put. Well put.
Uh,
But what is your point with him? Yeah, look, I don't care. In the end, there are also. Yeah, I feel like this is the whole argument is, and we don't look again. I'm gonna fucking attack you now. Is it a possibility that Obama is a Mason?
no, that's not what
I'm just asking it.
no, it's
No, I don't think so too. No.
I have to say no.
I don't know. Look, I'm not there with all these things. It's just, it's again, it's just look. The bigger you look at the picture, the more irrelevant the small stuff becomes.
Yeah, because first of all, you got
So the bigger the picture. So what's so how have you feeling last week, man? Was it a good vibe? How have you changed the world with your? Have you done some good music? Maybe that's more important if Obama was a Mason or not. You know what I'm saying?
right. Because we all have to. Obama is just one person, okay?
It's
And
irrelevant.
yeah, the important thing is, and this is what I loved it about his whole point he been saying the whole time. We all have to we all make up this world, right? As humans, okay? So we all have to be responsible for our own self, okay? There's no presidency that can be responsible for you, all right? There's no parliament or whatever y'all have in y'all country. Nobody can be responsible for you, okay?
I agree.
We all have to contribute to this society because we are all a part of this society.
So what has the Real Talk legendary movement? And I'm not calling you out. It's more like what has it been?
Call me out.
Yeah, what has it been concentrated on this week? And I'm sure it's good. I just want to hear it. Yeah. And even if it was just this talk, in my opinion, it's positive.
Yes, exactly. And
It has good points, had some laughter, So it's already a legendary movement in Real Talk,
Yes, that's what the legendary movement is about. It's about, you know, seeing our problems, recognizing our problems, identifying our problems with solutions. Okay? With solutions.
Is,
What
is, is,
can we what it this week we've been focusing on what you gonna do about it. Okay?
cool.
What are you gonna do about it? What are we gonna do about it?
What were the conclusions?
Well, we need solutions.
And
Solutions.
what were the solutions? I'm just curious, right? It's a hard fucking subject. It's not like expecting you to come with 10 solutions and just, oh, I'm gonna solve the world for you.
Right.
Just, it's just
The
curious,
point
you
is
know.
we do
We have
need.
to we have to debate these things, you know.
The point is we do need to come up with some solutions, and in order to come up with solutions, we need to discuss what
Do
the
you
problem.
understand? Do you understand? There are pretty much the only problems are there exactly just you perfectly put it. They all come from us. They only have power because we give it to them by voting, by. So we need to stop. So even if we have some good candidate who's Bernie Sanders seems, but he when I got shared some good information, my good friend of mine was just really. What is it? Yeah, it just confirmed my impression of him just being another puppet of a string, a controlled opposition, you know, just to
Yes,
distract you. Yeah, like we're gonna. People always want to, just like you said, never cling on to someone. You have to play your own part, be your own contribution in the collective, and also being accountable for your bullshit. So if you're bullshitting, we can also say to you, "Hey, is this some bullshit?" And if you're
right,
you know and maybe you have some mood, you know, and if you're just a human, just a realistic human, you'll probably say the next time or maybe exactly that time, yeah, no, I agree with you, no, no, or maybe we were just on a different wavelength, but just like, you know, pretty much agree, just putting it different, you know what I'm saying?
right.
But what I'm trying to say is the funniest thing is we are the system. You are the system. Those people aren't doing jack shit. They are playing with our lives and just making some rules and everything, and it's all distracting us while we are working and making music and entertaining or being the truck driver or whatever it is. And even some bankers who aren't aware of, but they aren't the big bankers. You know what I'm saying? But we are the system, and they are just a small group, just like the KKKs in America, but they get so much attention while they're being just so small and pretty much agreeing they're just the morons.
Right.
It's the same thing globally, you know.
Yes.
So we don't even have to do. We just have to stop voting, you know. Don't vote on these assholes. Don't, just like a buddy of mine told me, he perfectly put it. Don't go vote. You're just playing their game with your ball. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I like that one. That was and that picture. You also saw that voting is like pissing against the wind.
Exactly.
That was just hilarious, you know. And it's online. This awareness is pretty much abundant. You know, it's there. It just needs to hit the streets, you know, and it's already been how do you say it?
Awareness is only a very small part.
I think I'm sorry.
Awareness is a very small aspect of change.
I agree. I agree. But do you agree that for a lot of people offline that watch Bill O'Reilly, it's a bit clouded regarding ISIS? People still believe in ISIS, right?
Right.
So just if the awareness, if just the video just showing what happened to MH370, you know, and showing that ISIS was being dismantled as English uh, From the secret commando service, you know, what do you call them? SAS 60. I don't know the fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
They were
but
just they were just some high ranked command troop of the British intelligence service, you know, or the British military, dressed up like some. It's so sick that game being played there, just so we can go in there and bomb the stuff, you know. That's the whole proxy war bullshit, in my opinion.
mhm.
But
No, if you instill, see, people not getting the big picture.
but offline, that's offline. That's a small part. So if offline that awareness was there, just like you said, just a small fraction. But then the solutions have to come, and the solutions are there, baby. The people are gathering. They are fed up with this bullshit, and they're not. And myself included, I'm not gonna do secret about it. People just re- reclaiming their rights, their constitutional rights in your country. You know, it's being harassed. You know,
Mhm.
and yeah, people standing up for that. People are not gonna do that privately. You know, that's some bullshit. We as a people have to change things. We only have to disconnect from them. You know, they ain't doing shit. They're just pulling the strings.
Uh-huh.
But we're still doing the show as puppets. You know, know what I'm saying? So let's keep the show going. Just cut the strings off. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Mhm.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Because in the end, okay, they are morons, and a huge part is just education is such a huge problem, especially in the US with ADHD, with Ritalin and Adderall. It's just that's it's just pseudoscience. It's not even psychiatry. It's just basically social control, right?
Right. Well,
So
because people can easily be controlled. It's not so. It's not. It doesn't take a brain surgery to
but
see.
also with love, with good intentions, and that's better, right?
Yeah. People are easily steered one way or another. It doesn't take a brain surgeon to see that. Um, and by people being easily steered one way or another, this is how they why when they use control opposition, this is why they do it because people are easily steered one way or another. You know, you say, okay,
You
I.
have to think for yourself. You have to do things for yourself. Agreeing with you.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
You cannot ever hope to cling on to someone and just make him or her change your life and make it better things, whether it's just a life partner or, you know, a husband or a wife, you know, or whatever you are, uh, or a fucking to a president, you know,
Mhm,
and yeah, you cannot be dependent. So you have to agreeing with you say
mhm.
you have to be the movement, you know.
That's right.
And we all have to be our own leaders and just agreeing on bullshit and our own people. And yeah, maybe if they look, if I'm drop the anarchy bomb here, huh? And let's be honest, there's plenty of food and everything out there, you know. Again, we are doing all the work. Let's keep
Yeah,
the
we
work
don't really have.
going so there's enough food. Only just stop the extra additional work so they can get rich. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we don't really even have any starvation in America. We got even our wealthy people here. We are very generous people by nature. So we
In
don't.
America,
Yes.
I'm not really have a bad impression of American people in general. It's just the people running the show in America, and it's the same here in Holland. Look, yeah,
People are
I don't like a lot of people and all, but in general, they're not being horrific persons. It's the people running the shit here. And again, we don't.
yeah, in
They
America.
ain't doing shit.
We're generous people. We're very generous people here in America.
I'm
Very.
sorry.
The people of America are very generous.
I wouldn't even claim it wasn't. I'm not in a position. Every American I met normally was, yeah, in general just a normal cool person. It's just, yeah, there's people in this administration, there's people running the banks, and often they're Jews or Zionists or I don't fucking know, or Nazis. I don't know what the fucking problem is. There's some assholes, but those are not, just like I'm saying, they are not representing you. Just like I do not feel Obama is representing you. If I'm gonna start dividing in races again, you as a black people, do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And where down the line, and I don't fucking know, but let's not act like he's a cool guy. Maybe he did in the end. Maybe it was better him than who was his opposition again for
Um,
Obama. I'm not.
Hillary was his opposition.
I'm sorry.
Well, she was
The
against.
Republican, just when he got elected again.
You don't even know. I don't even remember who the Republican.
Exactly. It was the guy with the short arm, the veteran.
Hell.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
They didn't have a chance in hell against him. But the Hillary was the other Democrat that had.
But they're the same shit. It's just it's just the same game. So you get so fed up, you feel like, yeah, so we're gonna change the world. And even I felt like, oh man, this is cool. And just the fact a black guy being, yeah, just can be elected just shows general consensus from the population in America. Do you
Hell
agree?
no.
I'm sorry.
No, that had nothing to do with the consensus in America. We don't have no control over who is the president. That's what y'all don't understand. See,
Oh, is it that bad? Because I think
that is that
you have been steered this way, and maybe he only got 30%, or you know what I'm saying. That's I'm not completely aware of that. Look, I'm not I'm not the one sitting there, but to which extent exactly we all don't. That's the same thing. Where let's look at it more at the big picture. We could argue about the 10%, but we agreeing again on the 90%. Let's fuck the 10%. Agree with the 9%. And I don't want a woman that gets hurt or any. Uh, but I don't want them to run people's life, at the cost of others' life. If look at which moron had a golden toilet, was it Bill Gates or Donald Trump?
you said which one had the golden toilet?
Yeah, the golden toilet. Was it Silly Gates or Bill or for Donald Trump?
Neither one.
Which one was it?
Neither one.
One of them had the golden toilet.
Mm-mm.
Well, at least the golden toilet either, I'm sure.
Are you talking about literally, or are you talking about
No, really, literally.
um?
One of them, Donald Trump or Bill Gates.
Mm-mm.
You can look it up. Yeah, I'm not gonna look it up. It's just it doesn't matter. They want.
You got things that's reality, liquid blonde, and then you got TV. Okay.
And in the end, it's all distractions. In the end, it's so fucking irrelevant. I don't care.
That TV, baby. That TV.
It's just what he does with his goals is, again, he can play with it all he wants. I don't care. We don't need it.
You got things that's reality, and then you got things that's just TV, huh? Just TV.
I'm sorry?
I'll say you got things that's reality, and then
Yeah.
things that's just TV. It's just
It's a big difference. Oh, shit.
That's just like when you see on TV and you see a police, and I've had one of my police friends was telling me, say they be making me so mad the way they show us on TV. Say we don't do that like that, we don't have them guns like they had a gun, the police, and then the police run in and they say we don't have we don't even carry them kind of guns. We have and say we don't do things like that the way they show it on TV. which I already know that because I've seen real life police, activity or whatever like that. So I know that they don't do things like that. But people that never experience, a real police activity, they really think things go like the TV show that the police do things, And when we see cases like Sandra Bland, and then say people wouldn't even believe, if they really saw real footage of what really go on when the police stop you and things like that.
You meant what Anonymous showed.
Uh-huh.
But you also said that's I hate it when they talk anonymous about it. It's just like some hackers group or something. It's just people agreeing this is some bullshit, and they are uh, trying to solve it in their way, and don't ever just. I would not personally. If I could, if wherever I can, I will support and look. I'm not fucking hacker or something. If there's some march or something and I can help, why shouldn't I? They have very humane points. You know what I'm saying? And they do the same thing with Sandra Bland. It's just there are also doctors and even grandpas. It's from every corner of the society. It's just people agreeing this is some bullshit, and we're gonna expose the evil to get rid of the evil. Do you know what I'm saying? Just
Right.
agreeing we as a people don't need these assholes, and we're not gonna throw bombs at them so they can just shoot us. At least that's not my intention with the debates I'm having with people. Why should we go hit the streets and attack everyone? It's just you're just feeding the same shit. You're feeding it with negativity. You know what I'm saying? We have to be positive towards each other and just exposing the truth and just acknowledging that we all need to be part of the revolution. You know what I'm saying? Part
Mm-hmm.
of the solution. Let's not even call it revolution, just solution. Everything stays the same, except these people running shit, and we just agree with each other.
Right.
And yes, you have to be accountable then. Yes, not Mr. Whoever the fuck is representing in your state or your country or whatever.
Right.
What you clicking on, baby?
Oh, you see, I got distracted.
What you watching? You're watching a
Oh,
porn bomb.
people is sending me comments and stuff that. So what they doing? They piss me off when they do this, especially
What they
people that
doing? I'm not even watching the comments.
no, because they are. That's what I was gonna say. They piss me off when they do this. They'll be watching my broadcast, right?
How can I see them?
Huh?
How
On
can
you?
I see them?
No, you can't see them because what they do is they'll get pissed at something I say in the broadcast and make a comment on one of my posts that's totally irrelevant to the
Yeah,
conversation.
and
And
and don't even have an argument or whatever.
yeah, so they'll have something they want to say to me, talk shit, right?
They're
And
just venting
but
their frustrations.
they don't
They
want
don't even understand their frustrations being caused by the society. It's
mm-hmm,
being run by these psychopaths.
mm-hmm,
They blame you because they're too ignorant to see the bigger picture.
mm-hmm. And
I
they
don't
don't
know. Maybe you just falsely accused them. I don't know. Maybe I'm defending you here out of order. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just having the feeling you're not attacking in blindly. Without any reason or arguments.
no, they pissed off at me
Fuck
or
them.
what I'm saying.
Don't even waste time on them.
Well, I like to address people out of respect, but I mean, answer them. But at the same time, if they just mad because they see a title, okay, I have a lot of controversial titles on my posts, okay? But if a person is just addressing the title and not really watching the video, then I don't want to hear that bullshit. Watch the video, okay? Then if they disagree with something I said, they're more than welcome to do so. But if they just addressing the title, then fuck them. You know, I'm not trying to hear that shit. You just looked at the title of the book and didn't even, you know what I'm saying? Read it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So fuck them. You know, that's the way I see it. You ain't even trying to look at the content of the book to decide whether it was fair or anything like that. You know, so
Those who say it cannot be done should not interfere the people doing it.
exactly. Okay, exactly. So they know they full of shit. So what they do is like I got a broadcast going on right now. Now this bitch, she come on, she making comments on the sideline on a whole totally different post, but she making comments and addressing shit going on here in the broadcast because she's too scary to bring her ass in the broadcast and say whatever she gotta say, or go on the actual video comment section and say what you had to say. But you know it's bullshit what she's saying anyway. So what she doing, go on the sideline and say it, okay? Where not even on this post. And old going on old ass post and make a comment. Who does that?
Don't even get worked up about it.
You know, it's crazy to do that. That don't even make no sense. If they have a comment concerning this broadcast, they need to leave. I'm speaking kind of to the audience, all right? If you have a comment, and I see y'all watching, okay? You're watching, they might say some things that you just dislike. That's okay. But please express yourself concerning the broadcast on the YouTube feed, comment section, or on the event page of this broadcast. Because what happens when you expressing yourself about this topic on a totally different post on my page that don't have nothing to do with this topic, it make you look like a damn fool because it's not even appropriate to the post.
Why are you making yourself look like a fool? You only make yourself looking like a fool if you're gonna react to it, right? Don't feed trolls. That they feed on attention, whether it's hate or whatever. Don't feed them. Just fuck them. No, if you don't, if you're not, yeah, why don't waste your time? The bigger the picture, again.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know people, you know, sometimes you just gotta.
You cannot convince the whole world. You know, some people are out there or they even just.
No, I'm
Said,
just.
we have a split personality. How do you call it?
Yeah, but I'm just letting them know that their opinions are welcome. Is my point. Your
Opinions are always welcome. I'm talking about trolls.
Well,
If you're just blindly shouting stuff, and just distracting the whole thing. Some people are just intentionally doing that. Just be aware of that. That's all I'm saying. People who have opinions are. That's the whole part. You know, if you want freedom, you have to have an opinion. You know, and you have to contribution. You know, you can't cling on to someone and make your life a great life.
Yeah, but some.
And if we all want a great life, we'll have to come to some kind of agreement, you know. And everybody wants freedom, and everybody wants peace, and everybody wants to work a little less. And the reason why we work so much is because we're working for these assholes like these central bankers and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because the work that needs to be done, if you look at the food that's being thrown away, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and the people dying from hunger. It's the gap between that. It's just, you know what I'm saying. How do you say it? When you relate it to each other, it's just so ridiculous. It's just also just, yeah, breaks your heart. You know, there's so many people just suffering so unnecessary, and they don't believe in green energy. No, they believe in global control.
Mhm.
You know? Keep the population. You even have the Georgia Guidestones, I believe.
Huh?
Georgia Guidestones?
I don't know who that is.
Serious?
Mm-hmm.
Me with my wooden shoes, I'm gonna teach you something from America.
Mm-mm.
Also posted it. Look, girl, you gotta look up my post more, man.
I do,
I'm,
but
I'm fucking with you, know. I know you do. And for me, it's also look. I love fucking people with them, and it's just depends because I also look how many videos have I commented. It's just the amount of information is just staggering. The love is there, girl. The love is there, girl. But the time is just. It's so there's so much going on, you know. So you can always hit me up, you know. That's not the problem, you know. It's just
yeah.
and that doesn't matter. If you can do your thing, I can do my thing. Just if we have the collective agreement, just the support for each other,
Mm-hmm.
just agreeing, not bashing each other's face over some bullshit.
Yeah.
that we don't need some psycho police force, you know, who are being drilled that way. And there are also good motherfuckers out there. Let's make that clear. There are also some good cops, I'm sure, but they're being so how they're being brainwashed and drilled. That's also depends, you know. If you look at the military, people really get broken down to like zero, and then get taught new ways. You know, it's just fucking total mind control. You know?
Mm.
What was the? Oh yeah, the Georgia Guidestones. So the first rule, it's just sickening. It's just New World Order Guidestones. What the fuck? And if you look at it, the scripture, it has 10 main rules, the inscriptions. If you look at it in Wikipedia, Georgia Guidestones.
Mm-hmm.
If you found it, you want me to type it in?
No. I didn't even look it up. I'm trying to respond to people.
Look, I forget about it. Yeah, if I'm not, is it interesting stuff?
You say, is it interesting? Yeah.
Oh
Um,
no, then it's a cool. No, I just thought
it's
you were wasting your time again.
not being negative. Sometimes people just,
Yeah, no, that's good. No, I thought you were wasting your time again. No, no.
no. I don't do no wasting my time. I will block.
No, I know. I just I'm keeping you in check here. You know,
Yeah, thank you. But I
don't want you to waste your fucking time here, mate.
no way. I don't believe in wasting my time. I will block people. I have a real quick block finger. I will block the fuck out of. I block people. One guy told me, he say, "You mean?" I say, "No, I'm not mean. I don't have time for bullshit."
Exactly. You just you had enough, and like, look, you
That's
had your chance, and just I'm drawing the line here, and I've been the same. And those yeah, it's it's pretty much you know
finger.
yeah the small willy syndrome like Kip says.
I will block people quick. I have over about 7,000. I was at 5,000, but probably got about a good 7,000 blocked on Facebook by now. Yeah, I will block your ass quick. You know. Uh,
I don't have a lot. I don't really block a lot of people. They just yeah, if they want to come, and if they're really annoying, I block them. Yeah, or I don't know.
we'll see. You
There,
got
there is a line that's not censoring. That's just ignoring people. In real life, you can ignore people or
right.
give them just a fucking kick in the nuts. But that's not possible online. You know, people can hide behind the screen names. So you have to do something. You know, and as long as you're not just blocking people who are giving their opinion and genuinely wants a discussion with you about certain things.
No, I block people.
That's and I don't think you do. I don't think you do, Candy. I'm just saying, as long as you're not doing that, there's
Fuck
nothing.
out of me. Uh,
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
because
Block rules. Fuck it, mate.
yeah, because if I guess
As long as you don't waste your time, that's all.
and I like to address people comments. All right. So it generally, I don't know if you noticed, but generally with celebrities, they don't even respond to they people, speaking to them and stuff.
Mm,
And
mm.
I think that's some uppity ass bullshit. So
Yeah, but
I
I
try to
agree.
respond
That's
to
cool. That's cool.
I try to respond to people, but if I see a person just want to constantly tagging me and stuff,
Fuck them.
and
Fuck them, block them, whatever you want.
I will block the fuck out of their ass because they're
Even
not
better, a combination.
flooding my damn notifications with bullshit. No, I am not
No.
tolerating that. And I seen attract those kind of people that just want attention. I think they'd be like, they'd be so shocked that somebody even giving them attention or responded to them. They just keep on with the bullshit. They don't care if it's negative attention or good attention. They just glad they getting some attention, I guess. No, we'll block the fuck out their ass. I don't have time for that shit,
Look, this is this. It's obvious. We're on the same line again. It's just
Yeah.
if you block if you block morons or you just block them by collective. Okay, here's your opinion.
No, I like to
You don't
respond.
have an opinion. Okay, go fuck yourself.
I don't mind. I like to respond to people.
It's the same thing. It's the same concept, just being performed differently. And again, if you want some real change in your country or global or whatever, or in your own life, you have to be. Oh no, I had a fucking brain for again. I hate that shit, man.
And I try to warn people first. I say, look, now you
Yeah,
get.
I'm sorry. You have different ways. I'm sorry. I got it back. If you really want to change things, there's not just one way. The more ways, if they're all can go along, the ways, if they
Mhm,
don't battle or conflict with each other, the solutions,
mhm,
then the more solutions being done or being performed or whatever, the better, right?
mhm,
And not just one solution and just clinging on. Okay, this is gonna solve everything. That's some bullshit. The corruption is too deep for all that. For just some simple action, just to be something as a human. There's a lot. Humans are doing that.
mhm.
And people don't believe the political structure anymore.
Right.
Just in general. If I talk to people, everybody knows. Again, I didn't see the show, but did everybody agree to we were being raped so we can build on that?
No. You know what they did? They complained that I used the word rape.
Exactly, distracting bullshit.
Yeah.
If whether it's this kind of comments or ISIS, it's the same distraction bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Don't get caught up in it. Show love to your loved ones. That kind of stuff. Just and answering with hate is just feeding the same energy. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Um.
Do you know what I'm saying? You're feeding the same energy. So if you're reacting in the same way, you're only escalating. I'm not saying you in particular.
Right. A person.
Just you're just you're just escalating, and I hate that shit. Yeah, it sounds gay as fuck, but yeah, love unites and hate divides. Hate divides. If you look at what what kind of hate never bring no fucking peace. It was always love that brought peace, right? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You're not even listening.
You got me. I wasn't listening. I'm trying to divide. I can't
I,
do
I
two.
told you the meaning of life, and you just missed it because you
Oh
said it.
shit! Oh
Because look, it's live, so you can look it back. I'm not gonna say it again. This is just a perfect. I'm not gonna say it again.
shit. Okay.
Just no. Just to show you were distracted by some bullshit, and I just showed you the fucking meaning of life. God appeared in front of you, in front of my fucking, in front of my fucking avatar. You just missed him. You were busy with some comments.
Damn.
And I'm not gonna tell you again. You have to look it up just so you know, so you understand. Yeah, I was I was caught up with some bullshit. No, but seriously, mate, I really have to drop
The
out.
thing,
And
I got it recorded, so I still didn't
no,
do
no, no, that's why. If otherwise, I would have told you. But no, just to make my point, you know how much you will be distracted, and I don't blame you. I have the same bullshit. I'm just pointing it out to you, you know, as my fellow, as my mate, as my fellow human, you know. Even you're from fucking America and you're from a different race. I see it as the human race, but whatever. We're on the same fucking page, you know. It's all some bullshit, man. It's all some bullshit, man. So please, you know what? Again, you have my support. I'm not, even if I'm not plusing one, you know. You can always shout out, you know. And it's just in general. People agree with you. Those people commenting, that's not the general consensus of people, you know. Those are the agitators, and they form and they make. Look, you can also have 10 fake accounts, and you can make fucking 10 comments with 10 different. You know what I'm saying?
right.
It nothing is real, you know. It's all online, and online also has to be people contributing their thing, in my belief. But in the end, if internet gets shut down, what the fuck are we supposed to do? It has to be done offline, you know, just as a human race.
Mm-hmm. But
That's my opinion.
you know, and I tell people this all the time. I don't care how many Facebook likes I get.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Likes.
Yeah,
You can have. It's populist. It's populist bullshit. You can have some fucking thing indicate, and it's this. It's same thing with the clip I post from anonymous. Wake the fuck up. You know, you see all kind of likes on pictures of naked women and some stupid, irrelevant bullshit, or the fucking flag. You know, the fucking Confederate flag being brought back. You know, all that bullshit. It's all distractions. You know. They throw it in the news just to distract you from what's really going on, and it's constantly working. Divide and conquer.
I don't care
Divide and
about
conquer in every single way.
I don't care about plus ones, and I don't care
Fuck that shit.
about likes. But what I do care about is I care about shells. And
I care about stuff like this, having this conversation with you, just how do you say it? Changing. How do you say it? Not changing. I'm giving my opinion. You're giving your opinion. You know, we're exchanging each other's opinions. That's the word I was looking for.
yeah,
That's more. That's more valuable to me than getting 100+1s on some fucking page. You know, if it's a good fucking conversation. You know,
yeah, but I don't care about plus
fuck
one.
the plus ones. Fuck the
But
plus
what I
ones,
do
man.
care about is shells. Okay? And I'm gonna tell you why.
Shills.
Shares.
Shares, yeah, that's something different. Yeah, look, mate,
Yeah.
if you share it to me directly, I've had it to use to my circles. Just the amount of look, you know, I feel you have my support, and I'll always check it out. But the amount going on, I can't even handle it. Just the stuff being mentioned directly, you know, I have to. Also, I'm going more offline because online is there's plenty done online, you know.
Mhm.
So there's, you know what I'm saying? But just an online, my contribution is going to be a little bit more concentrated, and you're part of the group. I really appreciate. So, but you really have to. I'm not going to make another account or something. You know, you have to share it to me directly, and yeah, probably I support it and share it. You know, but it's hard for me to look up. There are so many people I've met online that are just genuine, really good people, you know, each in their own way, you know.
Yeah.
And maybe I wouldn't hang with them for the entire day, but I just like them, just like with you, I can hang out with them, and that's not a fucking problem, you know. The problems between just individuals. It's we as people with these fucking assholes, you know. We don't have to do shit. You know?
Well, to me, really supporting somebody online means sharing because people share things they really care about. Okay?
Yeah, but how much can you share, mate? How many fucking share buttons can I click? And I rather have uh, this kind of share, a share of thoughts, than shares of pages online. Again, the awareness online is already there, mate. And
Yeah,
if you're just a good person, and also you're open minded enough and everything, so that's okay, then there's no problem, right? And that's with the main part of the population. We're just being molded that way with this constant feed of negative bullshit from the media and schools and everything.
mhm.
And just divide and conquer strategies by throwing in the fucking Confederate flag and that kind of crap.
Yeah, but sharing when somebody is doing, see, this the problem with getting solutions. Okay,
Share, but do you rather share offline or online?
whether it be offline or online, sharing is powerful. Okay, sharing is
Great.
sharing is powerful in the fact that whenever a person shares, people don't realize you share your
Butterfly effect.
a
The
part
butterfly
of you
effect.
with that when you share, okay? Because when I share something I really care about.
But
I
do you,
share
if I share something from you, you want me to share it publicly, referenced by you? That's always my problem, because I'm just only sharing stuff publicly, just bam, or just really privately with a just friendly group. You know what I'm saying? But uh, I'm not gonna, share extended only or in private, just constant bullshit only, just a small group of people, or just publicly. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be more than happy to share your stuff, and I believe in the butterfly effect, the chaos theory, but I'm always hesitant about when I can share something publicly and with a reference, or you know what I'm saying, and all that stuff. Everything's linked together, and again, our offline. it- this, this is all. If you want to change something, you have to we have to come from behind the screen. You know what I'm saying? This good as communication, but don't make a lot more out of it. You know what I'm saying? Offline is life. Again, like communication, information searching, it's all perfect. But if you want to change stuff, you're not gonna take Jeb Bush if he gets elected out of power by
that day,
by sharing my shit.
no, I'm gonna have to call a bullshit. I'm gonna have to call a bullshit tech on that one. You
Oh,
know,
sorry. Okay.
I'm gonna have to call a bullshit tech on that one, all right? You know why? Because remember that day when you was sharing a lot of things with me, okay? And you said,
What
"Oh,
what
I'm
what did I
sorry
share?
for if
I'm
I'm
sorry.
bombarding you with the post." Remember, you were sharing a lot of stuff with me back to back to back.
Why am I not sharing shit now with you?
No, no, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, okay.
Okay. You just said to me that you're not really into sharing. Okay. But
Yes,
that's not true.
yes, I am, but more offline than online. That's the point I'm making.
You shared with me, it was online, all right? It was on the internet, but you shared with me privately, right? All right. But however you share a lot of videos, you shared a lot of posts, even
Yeah,
here
yeah,
even here in the even in this broadcast, in the
yeah, yeah.
side chat, you
Yeah,
shared
but this is just a group chat, right? This is not the general chat, right? This is just between me and you, right?
no, you
The
know,
side chat is just yeah, and that moron dropping in and out.
okay, but the point is that you share, okay? And
Yeah, and I'm sharing the truth. I'm sharing the crap out of the truth. Just
you
positive things, and these are all legal, positive, non dividing, but just uniting things, you know?
Yeah, but you're missing my point.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. The point is you do like to share, all right?
Also your stuff, but
Yeah,
I don't get
if
any.
you think I'm doing something positive, then I want to know why you not sharing that, okay?
I'm not. You know what the problem is? Like I said it before, if I'm not even get mentioned, the flood of information is so ridiculous, and I've been digging deep, also regarding my dad. You know, I don't know if you know the story. It doesn't matter, but it just
Yeah, but David
my
Chappelle,
attention was so widespread.
wait a minute now. David Chappelle is
Yeah,
not mentioning you. You shared his
yeah.
video.
But it's not about the messenger, but the message, right?
Yeah, but you still, David Chappelle ain't mentioning.
But how can I mention you then in a different place? Do you know what I'm saying?
Huh?
It's in a different place. How can I mention you then in a good way? It's the same thing.
Yeah, I think you missing my point.
No, no, no. You're talking about me mentioning Dave Chappelle here. If you mind that, I'm not gonna do it again. The point taken. But I'm just saying it's the same thing. What you're asking of me, sharing what I'm perfectly fine with. You just share it with me, mention me or something, you know, so I can just check it out and reshare it. It's impossible for me to check everybody's profile. I just bumped into this. I was like, hey, like Candy. It was like Candy, cool man. I'm gonna drop in, you know. It's just what comes to my attention. There's so fucking much, you know.
Right.
And just it's all distraction in the end. Even social media is all distraction. It's not. We can bring awareness and communication, but it's not gonna change shit.
Right.
We got a guest.
Yay! Hey, Raven. I ain't seen you in a long time. One second, and I'm gonna let you in.
Ravens, get this woman off my back. I'm so sick and tired.
Oh, you
Just
want
fucking with you, just fucking with you, Candy. Just fucking with you. Sorry. Just fucking.
Hey, Raven, darling, what's going on, baby? Mm.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Yeah, no,
No.
I can.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of been busy with my artwork, trying to get that going.
Oh, that's good.
So I hadn't been on in a few days.
What kind of artwork do you do, buddy? I don't know you, sorry. Sorry for being a blunt bitch.
No, I just do all kinds of things. I restore antiques. I
Okay, okay.
got a new gig I'm gonna start here in a few weeks. I'm gonna get into taxidermy.
What's taxidermy? I'm sorry, my English, I'm not from the US or the UK.
Doing stuff with dead animals,
Okay, okay, no problem.
preserving animals and making cool artwork with it.
Like a kind of positions they you mean that kind of artwork, you know, they're sitting or they're running, you know, I'm trying to get a picture of what you're doing, you know.
Working with skulls, cow skulls, different animals, pelts, furs.
Shit, mate. I'm really curious what kind of art you have. I haven't seen that kind of art.
You haven't seen people with the skulls of the or the like the say for example they have a deer head on a wall.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's what
That's yeah. Okay,
yeah, that's
okay.
what taxidermy is.
Yeah. So I was just trying to get a picture of it. Now I get the. It's really that profession. I don't know the English word.
Yeah.
I know the Dutch word, but thanks for making that clear. I'm just interested, you know.
Yeah, it's just like the real animals, but they preserve it or whatever. So it's kind of art that you can put on your wall or
Ah, I know. It's not really big here, but it's something more for hunters, I assume. Maybe I'm assuming it wrongly. Eh?
No, it's not just hunters.
No,
People,
no, predominantly.
yeah, but people, yeah, people like to like that type of decoration, so to speak. It's decoration.
I not saying anything better or anything.
Hmm.
Although some, shooting some tigers when you know they're extinct, that's kind of bullshit. I think even Ravens has really much difficulty with. I can assume, because she comes across pretty cool. We spoke only really briefly.
Well,
Come back, come back in, mate.
I don't think she actually killing any animals. Are you Raven?
Okay, let me put it to you like this. I have a problem with people going to countries and taking an animal that's caged up or on some of these
Yeah,
quote unquote hunting farms where they're behind fences and
they're
they
raping, even hunting. Sorry to interrupt you.
I have a problem with ambushing an animal that is not hunting. There's
Right.
a difference between baiting or putting an animal in a situation to where there's no possible way they can escape. There's a difference between that and actual hunting an animal. I have
Mm.
no problem with actual hunting of an animal. Now, some animals I don't think we ought to hunt. Elephants, tigers, lions, things like that. No, I think the days of doing that, number one, there's not enough of them left on the planet to even do that anymore anyway. Now, if there's pelts and things like that, furniture that's been on the market for 50 or 60 years, it's certified antiques, I have no problem with people owning that. But to go to another country in this day and time and hunt lions and elephants and stuff like that, no, I'm not for that.
Hmm.
I have no problem if you hunt a deer or something like that, and instead of just taking the meat, consuming it, and throwing away the rest of the body and not doing anything with it, you know, if you want to make artwork with it, fine. I don't see a problem with that. If you accidentally hit certain animals, it should be legal to save the pelt, whatever. I have no problem with that. I am a meat eater. I like a good steak. Hey, I eat animals.
Right.
Um, but I don't think it should be against the law for certain animals. Taxidermy, as far as certain animals are concerned, that's fine. But I don't.
I'm sorry, I wasn't talking about tax. I was really talking about hunting certain animals. Just agreeing totally with you. Just making that clear, my point of view. But agreeing. Sorry.
I mean, there's a difference. I think when somebody sits in a deer stand and they bait the woods and just wait for the deer to walk up after they bait it, that's not hunting to me.
Hmm.
But if you actually track this animal and you hunt, I have no problem with that. But no, as far as lions, tigers, stuff like that, no, I don't think that should be legal anymore. Because, like I say, we're just about there's a whole lot of animal species that's almost extinct because they've been overly, just decimated.
Well, deer's not one of them on that list, right? But mm, uh, now there are certain animal species that because they have outlawed the hunting of those animals has increased the value of having a taxidermy of that particular animal. So people, okay, I understand people want to stop people from bruising, and just going overboard with it and making the animals extinct. But you ever heard of that saying that when you tell somebody not to do something, that make them want to do it more?
Oh
And
yeah, yeah.
and that seems to be what's going on because it's like whenever people were free to do that, it wasn't no big deal to have it. So when they outlawed it, it made people say, okay, This is like, getting the forbidden fruit syndrome. It made them want it more, when they was forbidden to have it.
Well, 200-300 years ago and longer than that, people used to use elephant tusks to make keys for harpsichords and pianos,
Right,
and other musical instruments. Well, we live in a time now to where there's no reason to use that because we have other materials that we can make piano keys out of. And, 200-300 years ago, only rich people had pianos. Average working people did not have pianos. They did not have harpsichords. A lot of people didn't have musical instruments because, A, they couldn't afford it. That just was not something that most people had access to.
right,
We live in a different time when it's plentiful and anyone has access to it, but that was an elitist thing back 200 or 300 years ago. You
right,
made piano keys out of ivory tusk, and
right.
there's no reason to do that now. Now, on the same token, if you've got an antique harpsichord from 1762 that's, was made almost 300 years ago, there's no reason to destroy that because it was made 300 years ago. There's no reason for it to be destroyed just because it happens to have ivory tusk in the
Oh,
keys,
no.
But there's people who want to get rid of stuff like that. There's people that think that, artifacts and antiques should be destroyed just because they have tusk for keys. I'm not for that. It's already on the market and
That's,
there's no reason to do that.
yeah, that's crazy. That's like destroying history. That doesn't make any sense. That's what I did a show about radicals and extremists the other day. How people just go too far with stuff. That's just going too far. And actually delving into, like I said, destroying history. That's a part of our history of where we began at was, the using the tusk of whatever that's a part of our history that we should be preserving, not destroying. The mindset of people sometimes when not sometimes, every time you see a case of extremities, that it just don't even make sense. It just don't make sense. In any case where you see where a person is fanatical or an extremist, it gets to the point where it just don't make no damn sense at all. Um, mm,
Well, usually those are the same kind of people that'll bitch about how, everyone should live a healthy lifestyle while they're drinking bottled water from plastic bottles and not even recycling them.
right. That's what I'm saying. They get to the point where it don't make no sense because they over expressing that something in one area, and then meanwhile, like you say, while they destroying the earth in another perspective. Yeah. Uh,
Well, I'm the kind of person, I do my best to try to recycle as much as I can. It's just like I grow my own food in the summertime. I can it. Um, I've got sunflowers out here. I grew the real big sunflowers, and I'm in the process of making some artwork with the stems. I'm going to make some cool walking sticks and stuff with them, and I'll post them when I get done. But they've got to dry out. But I do stuff like that. I try to I'll find old antiques that are broken, or I restore them or make something else out of them. Because that's my thing. I enjoy doing it.
mhm. That's good. hmm that's good.
I mean, you'd be amazed what you can do with old wheels,
Oh yeah.
tires. I've got planners that my husband's made me out of old tires and stuff. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you think, how do you do that? But there's some really cool artwork that you can use with old tires, the
Right.
wheels. I mean, all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah. I used to do the same thing. We talked about that on one of my other broadcasts. Shoot, I used to do the same thing. I'm very artistic in that matter. I like to take stuff that other people think is trash And it'd be so pretty when I get through with it. People be wanting to buy it, and I'll be like, that ain't even for sale, that's mine. I just made that for me, you know. People say, you ought to start selling this stuff that you be making and everything. I say, well, I just enjoy doing it, you know. I didn't even think about trying to sell it or nothing like that because I just enjoy doing it. And to the point, I got to the point where people could harass me so badly about different my little designs and stuff. I did start selling a few things, you know, here and there. But yeah, that's a beautiful thing if you enjoy doing that and you can make a living off of it. I think that's the way God designed us. That He give us gifts and talents, and He intended for us to make a living off of those talents. So that's really good, Raven. That's really good. I'm glad to hear that. That's actually what my record label is about. And people think that record labels are totally about making music, but it's not. Labels have their hands in some of everything because music is a tool for marketing, all kinds of things. Even if you got a dentist and he, you know, you may have to make some music for his commercial. So record labels had a hand in almost anything you can name. We are involved in some type of perspective, and but that's what our record label is about. Bringing together all the artistic and creative abilities of different people and to bring them together, you know, where they help one another to express themselves creatively and, you know, and kind of be a community of artists, okay? Because the value of natural creative abilities has dropped so drastically that the music industry, I should say the big wigs, the wolves, the wolves of the industry have destroyed the value of natural talent. You know, they would rather, say for example, whatever you create with your hands, Raven, instead of paying you $2,000 for a handcrafted, you know, you took your time and put your effort in it, you know, and really put your heart into that. Instead of paying you $2,000 for that authentic, what maybe one of a kind, all right? The big wigs will say, well, we can make 5 million of these in a week and just make it, you know, fake this and fake that and plastic this and plastic that, and they could care less about the harm that is causing the environment. And they'll duplicate whatever it is you making, you know, just the plastic version. And or, you know, whatever, you know, imitation materials that they can, you know, make it out of and sell, you know, 5 million of those plastic versions for $20. Okay? You know, and that's the way that they do every damn thing. And it annoys the hell out of me because it takes the value away from the heart of the artist that goes into artistic work.
One thing I cannot keep, if I find old tables, any kind of old furniture like that, I do a lot of wood burning with it.
Uh-huh.
And I cannot keep it in stock. I mean, I will find old furniture and it's sold within a few days because there's a lot of people that are like me that, number one, I am so tired of cheaply made particle board furniture
Ooh,
that
that's what's
you'll be
going on.
lucky if it lasts maybe 5 years. I like old furniture. It doesn't matter if it can be a little bit water damaged. It's nothing that sanding and a little bit of care and, re restoring can't fix. I mean, very rarely do I find something that I just absolutely cannot fix.
Right.
And when people see, when you restore it, that piece of furniture has been around for 50, 60, 70, 100 years, and it'll be around another 100 years if you just
Yes.
take care of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I,
that good stuff, it lasts. I was telling somebody that the other day when I was bringing in my furniture. And I say, I got that kind of furniture. You can't just sling it around. You could have got a hernia trying to move my shit around. But I like good, sturdy, old stuff that'll be around. I don't want to have to rebuy furniture in a year or whatever like that, because that old particle board shit, I don't like that kind of stuff. And it's good that you brought that up about, how long it lasts. See, that is the problem that is a problem for the greedy, okay? When you say, "Ooh, this furniture will last 50 years," that may seem like a good selling point to me and you, but to the greedy, that is a problem, okay? You know why that's a problem for the greedy corporate America and the wolves of Wall Street? Because to them, that money ain't keeping turning. See, that don't sound like no gold mine to them because that means you ain't gonna keep coming back to them and buying more and more and more. See, so that's how they make their money off of making uh, poor quality shit that you're gonna have to keep rebuying.
well, it's like vehicles, old cars. What pisses me off is how they've jacked up the prices of restoring old cars. I mean, cars that we had in high school, cars we learned to drive on, 60s models, 70s
Oh
models.
yeah.
And you watch some of these quote unquote reality shows, and what pisses me off is, number one, you can barely afford to buy these old cars anymore
Right.
because, there's a generation of people that have just made even something as simple as a paint job. I am not paying $20,000 for a fucking paint job, excuse my language.
Uh-huh.
But to me, to spend $20,000 on a paint job is ridiculous.
It is.
And now it's to the point to have a good, just regular old, just plain, I just want a paint job that'll last me 10 years.
Uh-huh.
You're talking $10,000, $12,000 just for run of the mill, just paint.
Really?
Paint is expensive now. And
Mm.
it's because of these reality shows where they go and they take this car and they do a paint job on it and they jack the price of, like, I would love to have a 69 through a 73 model Dodge Charger. You can't fucking afford one. Off the line, they were $1,200 brand new. Now you're lucky if you can find a piece of shit rust bucket one for 10 grand. To me, that's ridiculous.
Wow.
And then you've got to put another 20 grand in it to get it back to what it looked like when it came off the line. See, that's ridiculous to me.
Oh, girl, I wouldn't do that now because I got the hookup. I ain't gonna tell my secrets on live on air, baby. But trust me, I'll get them old school throwback. You just gotta have wisdom.
But you already confessed that there were black Freemasons, right? So the truth is already out there. The Illuminati is already gonna get your ass. So you just might as well just go all out now, you know? Just throw it all out there. And I'm gonna shut my fat, ugly mouth again, sorry.
I still trying to get me lynched, boy. I tell you, good God Almighty. No, no.
Yeah, but you know, when you start researching some of that, whatever the Illuminati, if they really do exist,
They do.
you know, some of it though I don't disagree with. Some of their ideals I don't disagree with. That's what's, you know, I mean, number
There are
one.
also a lot of serial rapists who I agree with some things they do say, but you know what I'm getting at?
No,
The
because I don't agree with serial rape. That's
No,
not
he
even
said
what
there
I'm
may be
talking
something.
the
about.
they if you look just at look, I'm sorry, I missed your point maybe.
No, he was saying that there may be something good about them, even though they're serial rapists. But his point he's making is that a person can have a good perspective on some points of views. Does it make the person as a whole okay?
Well, I'm sure I would probably have a little bit in common with a cannibal, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to go and eat somebody because I agree with their views. I mean, you know.
Right. But the I kind of agree with you on that.
Until the time comes one of your family members get eaten.
No,
And
he
I'm not trying to be judgmental because I totally agree, but I think she was trying. I'm sorry. Talking to a woman, right?
yes.
Yeah, so that would be so fucking brutal, man. So fucked up. Look, I'm a dude called the fat, ugly, liquid bone bitch, so I get it constantly. So, but seriously, online with change forms, whatever. But the feeling she was giving me, it's just you don't have to agree with how they view certain small things, you know, but just general as being as a person. Just a collective agreement. We're talking just being humane, right? And cannibalism, I don't. Yeah, you're gonna have to get deeper into it. Was he already dead or not? Yeah, you pretty much have the same thing now with donors. Yeah.
On a serious note, though,
It's a difficult subject. Sorry.
what I'm talking about is not like, okay, say for instance, euthanasia. I don't think that anybody should tell someone if they're ready to go, if they don't want to be here anymore, or if they're sick, or they just pick an age and decide, I don't want to live past whatever age they choose. I think you ought to be able to, if you want to go out that way, why should someone tell you that that's illegal? Why should it be illegal for you to choose when you're ready to go? I'm not against euthanasia, especially in cases of someone being terminally ill or just not wanting to grow old. I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't think that should be illegal.
No, me neither. My dad just had euthanasia a couple days ago, and yeah, after suffering for 2 years from cancer, so it was glad to see him being relieved of his pain. So I totally agree with you, mate.
I wouldn't be able to be totally uh, decided on that particular factor.
After so long, yeah, it's difficult. It's a strange fucking moment, and I was there. I couldn't live with myself if I wasn't there, you know. But after so much suffering, you know, and deteriorating, he was done. You know, he was finished. There was no more will there, you know. His body was done, his mind was done, you know. So you know what I'm saying. It just depends on the situation and personality. It's such a fucking difficult subject. But but in general, it being illegal is just stupid. If someone wants to take his own life, they should be. I mean, it's just a humane way of doing it. They can also jump in front of a train, right? Only then they're so incapable of doing it because they're sick. You know what I'm saying?
Or even if you want to jump out in front of a train, who's somebody to say, hey, man, don't jump out in front of that train? That's a horrible thing. Well, what if they want to? Hey, I want to fucking kill myself. Why is that illegal? You know, I mean, people are going to do it anyway.
Do you like anarchy a bit? And I'm saying this I'm pretty much leaning towards that myself, to be honest. So I'm not calling you out to make fun of you or something, because anarchy is pretty much labeled as being a terrorist nowadays. You know, while it's just having no rulers over you, just people agreeing on stuff, you know. But whatever.
Well, I mean, I can agree with some points anarchists have, and then there's other points to where I really don't want to live in a world where it's like Mad Max, like it's a Mad Max scenario. To me, that would suck. You know, I mean, it might be fun at first, but then when you have to battle constantly, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week just to survive, no, that's not appealing to me.
But that's not a realistic anarchy type situation. That's just the way that people in power will depict it to people so that they discourage them from the idea of acceptance of anarchy. I mean, because really and truly, because we have lived under a governmental system for so long where there's repercussions, people are not going to tolerate people are not going to tolerate somebody coming in and just you know, that type, that's not realistic. People are not going to tolerate that. People are going to band together and say, no, motherfucker, you can't come over here causing no problems. We're not going to tolerate it. Like, so people are not, you know, that's not a realistic scenario. They've never been able to prove that because it's never existed. Even before we had a structured government, we didn't have that kind of chaos. It never existed. You know why it never existed? Because people aren't going to tolerate it.
Well, actually, though, we've had monarchies when you have a king that rules over the kingdom. And if you cross the king or piss the king off, the king will have your fucking head cut off. So you either have a monarchy or you can have communism where a few have everything and the most people have nothing. And it's just like there's a lot of people who think that they're for communism, but if you actually study true communism, I don't know why anyone would want to be
communism. I was talking about anarchism.
But look at it this way. In our culture, we have people who nut up at McDonald's because their fucking order wasn't right.
Let's make this clear. For anything with some kind of power structure from the people itself, you have to have some education or at least some kind of awareness of what the fuck is going on.
Right.
Not some people being and ignorant. We don't have education. It's indoctrination. And
Yes.
that's the root. That's the root of all the problem. If we would have a generation of fucking well-educated kids, you know, just throwing a fantasy out there, you know, we wouldn't have any fucking problems. You know?
Education don't stop people. You have ignorant ass educated people. But to address what Raven was saying about somebody nutting up at McDonald's because their order wasn't right, that's true. But what you'll also see, and what I've noticed, is that just like that person act a damn fool in that McDonald's and cut up and there are people in that place that'll say, look, man, you being rude to these people, and all you had to do is tell them that your order wasn't right, and they'll stand up. Okay, you have seen people even on the news where a criminal was caught by civilians and held there for the police. And you see many cases where other people, you know, say, for example, a man beating his wife, and people will stand up and beat his ass and say, man, you ain't gonna whoop her ass in front of us, you know, because baby, God made people with such something inside of them that said this shit ain't right, and will make people something inside of us that will stand up and say, hell no, we ain't letting you do this. Okay? I have been in many situations where I used to be a fighter, but God was teaching me at one point that I don't have to fight all the time. And I stopped getting in that mode of ready to protect and vindicate myself. But once I went into the mode of not wanting to always vindicate myself, I noticed something happened. I didn't have to. And there were times where I just didn't have as much issues where I had to. And then there was also times where when I did have issues where some defense needed to be done. But guess what? It wasn't even done by me. Other people started standing up for me and saying, you ain't gonna treat Candy like that. Candy good people. You know, they would stand up for me.
But see, here's what bothers me, though. Think about this scenario, and I do think about this a lot. You hear a lot of talk about imminent financial collapse. All right, if you think about it like this, though, there is a very large part of our society now that is dependent on the government. They get government checks. They are on welfare. They are on food stamps. I mean, there's a lot of people like that. There's generations of people who have been raised on government subsidized housing, all of that. If you cut that off tomorrow and it's gone indefinitely, it might be okay for a week, but when people start getting hungry and there's a mass group of people who are used to having an elitist attitude to where it's owed to me. I have this, I have kids, you owe this to me, and it's no longer available. Do you really think that it's going to be more people that are going to police themselves and everything be okay? Or do you think that it's going to be more just mass chaos because people are going to lose their minds? People lose their mind when they lose everything, when the food runs out, when there's no medical care, when it's mass chaos. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to use this situation because they don't give a shit anyway.
Well,
that's the scenario that scares me.
All right, okay. Yeah, that's the whole reason why they set the system up and to not allow people to get jobs and don't let people get jobs to force them to be on welfare so that they can say, see there, we've been taking care of you all this time. When the real truth of the matter is, if you let me get a motherfucking job, you wouldn't need to take care of me. Please, and just let me get a job. See, they don't talk about that, all right? See, the reason why they don't talk about it, hon, is because they want people to believe that these people living off of welfare is because they don't want jobs, or that they don't tell the part where these same people that's living on welfare went out 10 times this week and been turned down by every job they applied for. See, they don't talk about that. All right, I'm one of them people, so I know what I'm talking about. All right, you know, you guys, and of course I kept at it, or I would start my own business or something like that. But there's a people out there that get discouraged after going out every single day, using the little money, the income that they do have coming in, trying to go out and find a job that they're going to be turned down. You know, when McDonald's turn you down, you know that's fucked up, okay? That's fucked up.
But McDonald's is not a strategic career move, though. That is not going... Yeah,
but my point is, whether it's strategic or not, is people saying, you don't want a job. A job is a job, baby. We was raised, all right, like this here, baby. You can take a little bit of something and make something out of it, but you're going to at least need a little something, okay? You're going to at least need that, all right? And in Texas, I don't know where you live, but in Texas, even if you got a McDonald's job, you can survive off a McDonald's job. But if McDonald's turning your ass down, That's fucked up, you know.
Okay, let me tell you a personal experience I have, because I'm not somebody who sits on a computer every day all day. I am someone who actually goes out into the world every day and converses with people, and I see a lot. And let me tell you what I see. I see a lot of these same people that, oh, I can't find a job, oh, I don't have this, I don't have that. And you'll see them. They don't have a car. They have a bunch of kids, and they cannot afford a car, but yet they've got hair weaves, they've got their nails done.
Cost
But wait a minute,
$7.99. Come
let me
on
finish.
now.
Let me finish though. Their priorities are fucked up. Number
That's
one.
true. But hair weave costs $7.99 regular price.
But their emphasis is not on, gee, wait a minute.
You know, you gotta understand. You talk about a hair weave. Now, even if that person was to go get a job, should their hair be all over their damn head, or would it be better? Or would it be better if they look decent when they go in?
Wait a minute though. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute though.
Yeah, but if you're gonna speak against something, you gotta speak against the right thing, though.
Okay, but let me tell you like this too.
Keeping their hair decent, that's fucked up.
If you can't get a better job than fast food, why do you have 5 kids?
Well, for one thing, people not being properly, that's a big a sign of low self-esteem. To attack that person in the perspective to say that they're a bad person because they have low self-esteem, that's mean.
No, that has nothing to do with
No,
low
but you don't think of it as that because you wanting to judge that person, but you didn't think about, well, maybe that woman got tricked by different guys and telling them. You see, my mama was one of them people that you talking about that you might look at and say, this woman got 5 kids and she on welfare. My mama had 6. But what you didn't see was my mama was a very respectable woman. What you wouldn't see or even consider is that my mama had very low self-esteem because she was beat down and verbally abused and physically abused by her stepfather for years and years and years, and sexually abused. So what you didn't see was, and when all she wanted was to be loved, these men would come in and tell her how pretty she was and this and that, and tell her that they love her, and then get her pregnant, and then as soon as she got pregnant, run off. Okay?
But it takes
wait a minute, what you didn't see is when she tried to go out to have a job, that when you got a job, hon, and you got say you got 3 kids, okay, you got to pay for child care. If you got a minimum wage job, guess what? Your income ain't enough to pay for child care for all 3 of them children. I'm gonna let you know that.
Stop having kids.
Wait a minute.
Stop having kids. Period. No excuses. No, I'm a victim. No, it's the man's fault.
That's not excuses. That is reasons, and it's a reality. And let me tell you something else about that you wouldn't know, that you ain't think of when you looking at people judgmental. Some people bodies reject what you call that, birth control. My mama was allergic to birth control when they did bring it out, and you got to keep in mind she's 60-something years old, and back then they didn't have the alternatives that they do now. All right, or she couldn't afford Medicare, medical treatment, all right? So all of these things go into play that when you're looking at a person with a judgmental eye that you ain't considering, okay? You're only speaking from your perspective and your own personal situation, what you in, that you think apply to the rest of the world. Well, it don't. It don't. It's some women out there who been told all their lives that they ain't shit. They ain't worth nothing. They only good for what they got between their legs.
So they do it, and they keep having kids, and they prove that point that they're not good for anything else. That it's just having kids makes them worth something, and that's wrong, and they need to be educated differently because that's not right. And you're bringing kids into the world that don't have a chance.
You looking at them like you better than them is not gonna help.
Who said that? Who said I was better than
I'm
them?
telling you what you sound like.
Who said did I say I'm better than them because I chose not to have a bunch of kids I can't afford? That is victimization, and I don't feel
It's
sorry
not
for
a
them.
victimization.
Stop
You
having
don't
kids you
understand
can't
it.
afford.
No,
That's
it's
stupid.
not.
Don't have kids you can't afford. It's not society's responsibility to give you money because you have low self-esteem and you can't quit having kids.
No, well, society is not society's responsibility to have kids, but when you sit there on your high horse and you and you
I don't want to pay for women having kids they can't afford. Why do I have to pay for that? Why do I have to pay for that? Why do I have to pay for that?
When you working on your low paying ass job, whatever the fuck you do, and
why do I have to pay for a woman with 5 kids who cannot support them? Why does society have to? It's not my responsibility.
If you ain't making no vast amount of money, baby, you can't say that you taking care of no damn body but yourself, because you ain't even making enough money to take care of your own damn self. How in the hell you paying for somebody else to have kids?
Where does welfare money come from?
Baby, let me say something.
Taxpayers, American taxpayers pay for welfare. So it does come from me, and it does come from my husband, and it does come from people who work hard and have to give their taxes to a woman who has 5 kids who can't even afford to even raise them, and they have to have a welfare check.
Even people who are on welfare pay taxes. When they go in the store and buy their weed, they pay taxes too.
But they are dependent on the government.
They're dependent on your little bitty income.
On the government. They're dependent on the government to pay for their child care and their welfare and their food stamps and everything else. And they raise whole generations of kids like this. It's not just them. They've come from generations of it.
Yeah, but you listen to what the people tell you on TV. You ain't talking.
But that is the truth. There's whole
about no real life shit, because
it is real life.
You don't pay enough in taxes to buy to pay for nobody else but you.
Welfare should be cut off after 3 years. No more welfare.
When you get old, you ain't paying for nobody, but when you get old, that the government can take care of your ass. You're not even making enough money. You're not even in a high enough tax bracket to be talking about you paying for nobody else. Girl,
I'm not on welfare. I never have been on welfare. I've never expected a government check, and I don't blame a man.
Tax bracket. You ain't even in high enough tax bracket to be talking about.
You don't know anything about me other than what I tell you, so how can you say that?
Because I know this.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's your assumption. You just don't like what I have to say. You're mad because you don't like what I have to say.
No, I don't have no reason to be mad, baby, because don't nobody take care of me. I make more money than you can probably think of in one day. You can make in a week, all right? So what I'm saying is, you ain't offending me, because if anybody could say that, I could, but I wouldn't. You know why I wouldn't? Because I know what these young ladies go through. I already know they got enough pressures in life to deal with than without me looking down my nose at them and saying how much better I think I am of them in a sneaky, nice, nasty ass way.
Did I do that?
You ain't making enough money. You ain't making enough money, honey, baby, to try to look down your nose at nobody.
You don't know anything about me but what I tell you. And you're mad because you know I'm telling the
truth.
You
ain't making enough money to be taking care of.
You don't know anything about me.
Making enough money to be taking care of.
What the fuck is happening, mate?
Taking care of nobody else but you and yours.
How do you know what I have?
No,
I haven't been listening. What the fuck happened?
Holy
not like that, but that's
Kenny, what's up, mate? I haven't been paying attention. I was busy. I was hearing you guys talking. I come back and
wow, I'm being told.
I see this huge fucking argument. I have missed everything, so I'm not gonna even take any fucking side or say anything. Just mentioning the difference in what state it was. It was so lovely, and now it's just almost murder. What the fuck happened here? Candy, I don't know. Again, I don't know if. Again, I'm not picking Raven's side or yours side. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I'm just wanting to point. I just want to point out that the contrast between. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Look, man. Look, I don't know. Let's fuck the disagreements on the small stuff. I don't know. Again, I don't know what's said, and if. Either one of you or so in a way you can always block if you really want to. But this was on block. I just couldn't stop laughing. I came back. I just. What I was thinking you were friends, you know. I thought you. I thought you were already.
Wait a minute, Liquid Blunt. You're mistaken. See, and a lot of people had this understanding that if I disagree with you, or if I oppose something that you say, that doesn't mean I hate you or I dislike you or any of that. That's not what I'm saying. That's not nothing like what I'm saying. All I'm just trying to get, if I do oppose a view, I'm opposing the view. I'm not saying that I don't love the person anymore. That's not the same.
Why? So we're still feeding the negative, you know. Why are we concentrating on the bullshit? No, you're not. I'm calling you out now. Am I giving you a slap now?
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Candy. Again, I wasn't there. I'm sorry. So I'm not.
Yeah, that's not really.
It was just a joke. So again, I'm not picking sides. I'm just pointing out the contrast between when I left. I just came back and I heard a bunch of shouting. Just a contrast, you know.
No, me and Raven have disagreed.
What the fuck has happened here?
No, me and Raven have disagreed on some things, and we agree on some things.
Okay, cool. Because I really thought there was gonna be an explosion or something anytime.
No, that's done.
Please proceed the discussion. I'm sorry, the intensity.
That's taking it too far. That's taking it too far.
The intensity got me thinking it was something else. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you too far. People disagree, okay?
No, I agree, man, and let's focus on the things we share and agree on, and then the things we disagree. We have to point them out, but in the end, look. If you're always hating and always bullshitting, you're not going anywhere. You know, when when I think about I have a dream, that kind of moment. You know, that's people uniting. Don't you agree?
No. I don't agree. That's Fantasyland bullshit. Real reality is people disagree. That's reality.
But why is that? But that wasn't that reality. All those people standing on that square. I'm not gonna be like. This is your country, you know. I'm sorry?
They were just standing there. They didn't do shit. They was just.
So again, I'm not from your country, so for me, it's just.
See, you don't know. They didn't do nothing.
So that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
No, I'm
what
asking
makes
you, and I'm listening to you.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying to you, hon. What makes a difference is, in reality, is when we understand that. Okay, just like me and Raven disagree on this particular issue, right? The only way that we really have a beautiful society is being able to say, she has this viewpoint, I have this viewpoint, you may have a different viewpoint of it, but when it's all said and done, that we can respect and still love one another.
Perfectly said, and I agree. So I misinterpreted, maybe because of the moment I dropped in. It was just all hell broken loose.
In spite of our differences, it doesn't.
It's all good, man. Then it's all love, right?
Try to change everybody to be alike. We don't all need to be alike.
Then it's all good, man. I'm gonna. I was. Like I said, I typed. I was going to drop out, and then I saw this hole, and I thought, "Is this fucking?" You know.
Yeah, we don't all need to be alike.
No. Hey, it's not even. Unite is maybe even not a good word. Just agreeing on, you know. Those people, we already agree on those things. Nobody wants to kill somebody, if, you know, just for the fucking sake of it, or like people who do it. That's a common, a collective agreement, I think, don't you? Or that your family member gets raped. That's the things we can agree amongst people, don't you agree? But
No,
those
but what I'm
those assholes aren't doing shit, and
saying is,
I really have to go. I really have to go out, Kenny. I really have to.
okay,
I really wanted to drop out already.
all right.
15 minutes ago, and I saw the shouting, and what the fuck is this, you know? But if you were just having an argument and everything is good when it's settles.
Oh yeah, this ain't being raised
I don't know you guys, so I just dropped in and I just laughed my ass off.
Yes, he cool with me, but we just having a different opinion. That's all.
No problem.
And we both real strong-minded women.
Hey, that's hey man. That's I only applaud for that, mate.
Yeah, but
We have to be our own leaders, you know. Don't pick one.
yeah, but I want people to try to understand there's always more.
That's difficult, but awareness comes, and again, the truth will set you free. But first, it will piss you off, and you will have discussions and everything. But yeah, I'm sorry. It's I don't know. It's a Gloria. I don't know if also a famous quote. And
Live
I
long
love that
and
quote.
prosper, dude. Live long and prosper.
Hey man, I'm gonna keep. What the hell? I'm gonna keep butterflying fact that bullshit chaos theory. I'm gonna butterfly the crap out of life. You know what I'm saying? But that's the myth. You're not gonna get peace. But so again, if you have agreement and you have some kind of disagreement, sorry, you have a disagreement, but you know from each other that you have this kind of intensity when it's discussing things. Fuck it, I just dropped in. I just saw the shouting. I thought, what the fuck is happening here, mate? So I was just checking if everything is just okay. There's not World War III going off here. Okay. Look, mates, I wish you the best and lots of love. I'm gonna chip out now and yeah. Remember what I said, Kenny? I told you the meaning of life, but you were too busy with the fucking comments. No, just fuck. Cheers, mate. See you next time, okay?
All right.
Cheers, Raven.
See you, man.
Cheers.
I forgot what the doggone thing was about, but yeah, I raised in the point of kind of being the devil's advocate, so to speak, because I've been poor and not being fortunate and being able to see from both sides of the spectrum. I understand from both sides of the spectrum that when people look at wealthy people and then they poor and they've been poor all their life and expect for a wealthy person just hand them over money, that's some bullshit. Okay, you know, they think all people that have money was born into it, and they, you know, have some type of entitlement that the wealthy people should just give them money. I'm like, you got life and bullshit fucked up. You think somebody that's supposed to give you something? Hell no. Then on the other side of that, you got people that's wealthy and greedy and do all kind of evil stuff to the poor and pretty much steal from the poor. Now, I believe they have a debt to society that they owe because they stole it. They didn't work hard for it to get it in the proper procedures of getting it. So yeah, hell yeah, they owe. Okay, now how they distribute it back is something else to be discussed on that particular subject. But the point is that not all people that have wealth was born into it or did anything crooked to get it. There's honest people that have worked their asses off, and I ought to know I'm one of them. I worked my ass off from nothing. So for somebody come tell me I owe them something, they got life and bullshit fucked up. Because I done had people come to me like that. Okay. And then for people to think that, sit up there and think that everybody on welfare is on welfare because their whole family and generation is on welfare, you got life fucked up because it ain't always that way. I know they tell you that on the news, but that ain't true. The real truth of the matter is it's a lot of people in the hood that work, baby. And to think that because they don't make as much money as you, and you assume that they on welfare, you just don't know how many times. I had this one bitch tell me, she said, now this bitch, she ain't working, making $7 an hour, and talk about you people sit up on welfare. I said, what the fuck you people you talking about? I done work hard in old businesses all my motherfucking life. Who's the you people you talking about? See, that's when people that they stereotype that because you black, you had to be a welfare recipient, okay? Or some shit like that. How my she took care. I said, look, bitch, let me tell you something. You make $7 and something an hour. They ain't even taking them little crumbs they taking out your check is not enough to pay for you, much less you and somebody else. Get your motherfucking ass out of my face with that shit. Furthermore, I done worked in own businesses all my life, so I don't know who the fuck you talk about. You paid for me. You ain't paid a motherfucking thing for me. Okay, first off the rip. No, that's just real shit now. And furthermore, I didn't have but 2 children I brought in this motherfucking world. So what talking about you people having all these children? I don't know what all these children you talking about. But when I had mine, I took care of mine and I worked it and done so. All right. And I had a motherfucking husband who worked every goddamn day, and we took care of our children. All right, my children, because my children wasn't by my husband. But nonetheless, they were taken care of, and it wasn't taken care of by no bitch making $7 an hour, talking about she take care of somebody else with on welfare. No, if you making $10 an hour, less, whatever, you ain't, come on now. You ain't even making enough money to barely take care of yourself. All right. Even if you making $15 an hour, you ain't barely making enough money to take care of your own goddamn self than to be talking about you paying for somebody on welfare. That's bullshit, all right? That's bullshit. That the system and the new people done told y'all that this was going on, all right? But that's not what's really going on, because when you get old, when you turn, I think the age is 62, if you make it to 62 to even be able to collect a check, you're gonna get all that money back that you put into the system over a period of time. So you are not paying for nobody on no motherfucking welfare. What you paying for is your future when you get too damn old, or perhaps you have some type of illness that doesn't allow you to work, that you can collect on that for your goddamn self. You are not paying for nobody on welfare. That's real shit right there. That's real shit.
I don't think we ought to have welfare.
You might not think we ought to have welfare, but I'm glad you ain't in charge, okay? Because if we didn't have welfare, like you said, you so afraid of the world being in chaos, somebody might break in your shit
They'll get shot if they do.
To feed their family. They might come in with a gun with them. You might get shot first. So if you think you're a badass because you got a gun, you sadly mistaken.
I am a badass.
No, I'm sure you think so. But
I'm a bad motherfucker.
Okay, that's fine. Everybody is until they meet their match. I remember one time this one dude, he used to beat every woman he with until he got with me. Shit, I pulled that 38 on his ass. His homeboy said he finally met his match.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, my point is that people have been fed so much bullshit by the news media and by TV that they have lost track of what is reality, okay? And what is that don't even make sense if you making $10 an hour that you would be paying for anybody else, because $10 an hour is not even better enough to pay for you.
Where does welfare money come from, though?
Baby, let me tell you, and that's another thing. I'm glad you asked. Welfare money come from a system that was created. If you really look at it, all right.
Where does it come from? Who pays for it? Where does the money
for
welfare come from?
Just tell you, listen.
So it just comes out of God miracles it into a fucking bank, and it's taken out of the bank.
If you're gonna ask me the question and answer it too, because you don't need to ask me no question. You just need to just spew out your assertions and your false ass beliefs.
Well, I'm asking you, where does the money come from?
Well, let me answer then if you're gonna ask me. Because no, it don't come from no fucking miracle, but it don't come out your broke ass pocket is my point.
Yeah, you know so much about me. Tell me about me. Tell me how broke I am.
No, I'm just telling you the real shit, baby. You don't want to accept that, but
tell me how broke I am.
I'm telling you that it ain't coming out your pocket, because if you, first of all, you are
sitting there looking like a goddamn Oreo cookie. Tell me about how poor I am.
Looking like an Oreo cookie? What is that, a racist statement? What is that? What kind of racist statement? Now you showing your real colors.
No, I'm racist.
Hell yeah, that was racist. Are you jealous of the fact that I might look like an Oreo cookie, but you're jealous of me?
I'm jealous.
Absolutely. You don't figure that a nigga ought to make more money than you. But I work hard for what I got. I work hard for what I got, baby. I work my ass off. I lived refrigerator for 7 years. I work hard for what I got. And it's plenty of us niggas that you don't think we do anything. We do. Yeah, because TV tell you that we don't work. That's bullshit. Okay. The reality is that the government make up shit on paper, and you got lots of governmental secessions of how they make things, put things into place that don't have nothing to do with money. When people get food stamps, did you ever notice that wasn't cash money? It was a piece of paper. It was a piece of fucking paper. When people get food stamps nowadays, it ain't no cash money. It ain't no green money. It's on a card that's saved from the computer that they have been allotted. Even when I worked in the welfare office, and when we worked in, if you look at the governmental papers, when they print them out, it say allotment. And it's a reason it says allotment. Okay.
You still haven't explained where the money comes from.
I just told you it's not even real money. Food stamps. Have you ever seen a food stamp before they came up with these cards? It's not even cash money. I just said that.
No, I've never been on welfare, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, but you done seen people with food stamps, so don't try to play that high road with me.
So where's the money come from then?
Then,
Who pays into it? Who pays into it?
So didn't come from your broke ass.
Sitting up there with your $5 wig. Where's the money come from?
You goddamn right. My wig is $5. You know why? Because I choose not to spend my money on looks. Well, my wig was way more than $5, but I guarantee you it wasn't. I didn't spend too much money on my looks because I'm already a pretty ass bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I laughed that off.
You like making fun of people, but you don't like it when they give it back to you, do you?
You can't make fun of me. I'm a pretty ass bitch. You see that, can't you? Laugh at that smile. Look at that smile. Ain't that pretty? I didn't pay for them. Them all born with them.
I could park my car in that gap.
You goddamn right, baby, and it's pretty too. It's pretty. All born pretty like that. You see that skin? That ain't no makeup right there. That's all me. All me. Don't that make you mad?
No.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the reason for your racist comments. It piss you off, don't it?
Nope.
Well, I tell you what. I don't hate you because you ain't got pretty skin. But you hate me because I do. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Your hatred in your heart don't have nothing to do.
What are you talking about, hatred in my heart? Where's that come from?
Hatred.
Just all you do is label people. You talk shit. You don't even know what you're talking about because you can't even explain where the money comes
well, if I don't know what I'm talking about
in a circle talking shit and you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. But you'll label people and you talk shit about people and you make fun of people. But when they turn around and do it to you, you can't.
You ain't making fun of me. How can you possibly make fun of me? Tell me, how can you do that? Just because you said my wig was $5, was that supposed to be making fun of me?
Well, it looks real natural.
It don't have to be natural with how much it costs. You just talk about how much it costs. Don't nobody pay for natural hair.
Tell me how broke I am. I want to hear some more about how broke I am.
I'm just saying, you set your ass over there.
How broke am I?
You set your ass over there not making that, don't have that much money, and then
you don't know shit about what I make. You don't know shit. You
want to sit up there and look down your nose at somebody. You ain't sitting high enough to do so.
Why? Because I said you need to quit having kids if you can't afford them. That pisses you off.
I need to quit having kids. Or you talking about us niggas?
You're the one saying that word. That didn't even come out of my mouth.
Well, what you talking about? I need to quit having kids. My youngest child is 20 years old, and I got 2 kids. What you talking about? I need to quit having kids.
So you think a woman with 5 kids, should be a woman with 5 kids that can't afford them should be pitied and babied and given a check because she has low self-esteem and she can't keep her fucking legs closed.
Is that what I said?
Do you think that's okay? Do you think that's okay?
I think it ain't okay for you to be a racist ass bitch. I don't care if you ain't got no damn kids.
I didn't say anything racist. How am I racist? You're the one saying nigga. You're the one saying nigga. I didn't say it not one time. You're the one saying.
But you ain't have to. You making your racist ass comments and call me a liar.
Projecting.
Yeah.
Butthurt projecting.
Yeah. Did you get that from the other atheist? Well, I'll tell you what, baby. You spew your evil out on somebody else's channel. You spew your evil racism. You need to go outside of this hangout and spew your racism.
You need to get you some hair that actually matches your ethnicity and not that blonde shit because you don't have blonde hair. You can't grow blonde hair and you ain't white. So how about that?
Okay. You got anything else racist you'd like to say?
You wish you were white though. You hate white ones.
Oh, oh shit! Oh shit!
Oreo cookie.
Oh shit!
Oreo cookie.
I wish I was white.
Oreo cookie. Oreos.
Okay, but Raven, take,
Am I blocked? Are you butt hurt? Are you gonna
take
block me?
your Raven.
Are you gonna block me?
Yes, bye. Take that racist ass shit somewhere. No, you can't bring it here. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. See, no, I knew you were working your. She ain't want to show her ass while Liquid Blunt was in here. Then she gonna wait till he leave and she come out with her all her racist comments. Okay, but truth of the matter is that I don't care how sneaky people is with their racism, it always spew out. It seep out. No, you hit the right buttons, it seep on out. She got mad because I telling her the truth. If you ain't, it seems like people that don't even have the right to be trying to look down their nose at somebody have the nerve and the audacity to do it. I'm guilty of that when I was I'd say about 18, 19, 20 years old. I used to look at other women that was promiscuous and say, look out, they doing this and they doing that, you know. And because I would talk to that, you know, if you was a type of like a respectable woman or whatever like that, yeah, that you know, you was better than, okay. You know, over the course of the years, and I'm thankful that God taught me better. But I had to learn that you are blessed if you was raised to respect yourself. But don't think for 1 second that if it not for one situation would be changed in your life, you could have been that person, the very person that you looking down upon. Okay. And so I thank God for showing that to me and showing me that that was ugly and very ugly to look down upon somebody else because of their predicament. Now I have a different perspective on things. And that perspective is one of, first of all, I appreciate God that I do have God in my life to teach me right from wrong. Secondly, I'm very appreciative that I'm not in the predicament that I could be in. Now, when you look at somebody else's mindset, you might not even consider that as a predicament, but that is a predicament. No, Raven is very hurt and somewhere down the line, she feel if she put other people down, it'll help to build herself up. And I feel sorry for her, you know, that she feels the need to resort to that. And I feel sorry for her. Somebody done put her down and put her down and put her down. To the point that she feeling that way, that she got to be like that there. or whoever taught her to be racist or whatever like that. I feel sorry for her. You know, that's a sad predicament to be in. I have a heart so hateful and stuff like that. That's a bad predicament. So now I wouldn't want to look down on her either. And I feel sorry. My heart goes out to her. But when people just carrying around hatred and stuff like that, my heart goes out to them because that's a miserable life to live. You know, that's a really miserable life. Mm. It just like she consistently liked to attack me. She that's just an example of how when people have a hateful heart, they will even attack somebody that will help them. And that's why my heart goes out to her, because it's like, even if you could get help with your situation, you can't, because you'll even attack the very person, or go against the very thing that's the solution to your problem. You're treated as a problem, or mistreat someone that will come and try to help you. That's a very bad predicament to be in, to say the least. That's why my heart go out. And God had to teach me that years ago, because I was being self-righteous, and I say, look out, look what they doing, they evil self and stuff like that. And God had to teach me to love them in such a way that I could not condone their behavior, but understand it. Not to understand it so that I could say it was right. No, understand it enough to love them in spite of, you know, and really be touched by people, circumstances, that enough to know that it could have been me. There was a song they used to sing in church that said, it could have been me outdoors with no food and no clothes. I could have been lost without a friend, or just another number with a tragic end. Oh, but you did see fit to let none of these things be. And every day by your power, you keep on keeping me. Thank you, Lord, for all you've done for me. Yeah, that song really touched me, because when you think about it, it's not but one circumstance in your life could be different. The very person that you look down on could be you. Could be you. So, Raven, I want you to know, baby, I wouldn't want to be you. Not by a long shot, baby. Not by a long shot. And I tell you what, I'm very thankful for being me. Meeting people in different predicaments in life. Although I've been through some very tragic situations, it made me thankful for being me. I'm very thankful because, well, I just got a lot to be thankful for. I got a lot to be thankful for. And if people would take a moment and think about it, they do too. You know, um, everybody, no matter what their predicament is, no matter how bad it is, I guarantee you there's somebody in a worse predicament than you, and that's enough to be thankful. That's enough to be thankful. You got people out there that don't have much money, but you have family and you have your life and health and strength. Well, you ought to be thankful. Because guess what? If somebody got plenty of money, but they don't have their health. So we need to be thankful for what we have. We always tend to want to get more, get more, get more. Be like this person, be like that person. We need to just stop for 1 minute in our reaching out to get more and try to be thankful for what we got. You know, I ain't gonna sit here and as much as Raven would love to talk about how much my hair costs, baby, I wouldn't find myself to be valuable if I spent $1,000 on my hair, because my value as a person don't come from nothing I can put on or take off. My value comes from the inside out. And that's real talk. And that's real talk, baby. What makes me most valuable is that I got a heart big as Texas. Then I'll give you the shirt off my back no matter how much it costs. That's what makes me valuable, hon. And I don't, like I said before, I don't spend no lot of money on my hair and my clothes and stuff like that, because I put my money towards things, building and doing things that is more important than being a shallow ass bitch. I'm not no shallow ass bitch. Okay. Lots of people like my style and everything like that, but I try to pay the least I can and still look good. Okay, that's real talk. And I just think that there's just more important things in life than on your hairstyle. Are you serious? I think there's more important things in life than that. When she said that, that let me know you ain't valuing the right thing, baby. I bet you couldn't say, you know, how much you spend on your hair, but you want to run a tab on what mine costs. But I tell you this, baby, you can run a tab on how much my outfit costs from head to toe, or you can pay attention to what is important And that's the value of my heart. And there ain't no ain't no amount of money you can put on that. Okay. I'm good people. I'm good people all the way down to the bone. Run a tab on that shit. Run a tab on that. Because guess what? Good people don't come dime a dozen. That's real talk. I know because I ain't met too many people. Shit. Shoot. That's real talk. My granny told me that. You say, you be the best person you can be. She say, because if you be the best person you can be, you say, you become valuable to anybody. Say, because good people don't come dime a dozen. Not real talk. Hey, Diddy, I ain't even realize what's going on. I ain't even realize you was in the room because you don't talk. Yeah. Yeah, I always wear all white. I know everybody notice that. You don't talk anyway, Benny. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, have you been watching the broadcast? Okay, for a short while. All right. Yeah, but Benny, don't be doing that gunshot and acting like you dead and all that kind of stuff. Please don't do that on my broadcast. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because that's very frightening for some people that might not know you just playing. Okay. Yeah, but I was just getting ready to end the broadcast. I was wrapping it up, so to speak. But it seemed like, and I was telling, I was just telling my friend Liquid Blunt. It's funny giving these people saying these people names sometimes, so it's so funny. But I was telling my friend Liquid Blunt that he don't realize how much we have to deal with racism in our society. And he probably not gonna look back on the broadcast, but I don't know what it is, why I seem to attract so many racist people, but I do. I ain't done nothing. I don't go looking for people that don't like black people, so nothing like that. I stay out their way. If I can avoid them, I just stay out their way. They don't like black people, that's fine. I don't fuck with them. No, I just mind my own damn business. Stay out of their way. hmm Well, I don't know if they mean to be racist or not. Like I was telling my friend, uh, it's more so they have stereotype black people. Okay. Like she said, well, you ought not be having a bunch of kids you can't afford. I don't know what fucking kids she talking about. I ain't got but two. And they grown and I took care of them. So I don't know what the hell she wasn't talking to me. She was talking to the whatever figment she got in her mind of black people. Okay. Whatever kind of stereotype she got in her mind of black people. They grown, 20 something grown. My kids is grown ass kids. I don't know what the fuck she talking about. I shouldn't keep having kids. If I only had 2 children, and it's been 20 years since I had a kid, what she talking about keep having children for? I don't know. Because I'll tell a man quick if he want it. I've been telling the man for 20 years, if you want any kids, you don't want me because I don't want no more. So that she does talking to her stereotype that she got in her mind of what a black person is, or shit. Poor thing. It's sad. Well, all people have stereotypes in their mind about other people. I remember one time I was at this gathering and I didn't realize how much so I had been affected by TV and the way they try to make people think about certain people. Until this one time I was at this I think it was 4th of July, and I was at this big gathering, and it was mostly white people there, and very few black people because it's predominantly Caucasian area. And so anytime you see somebody black, they gonna stand out in the crowd. All right. So I was looking around and I noticed and I seen a Iranian, type of man, Pakistani or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I know it's a difference, but please forgive me if I don't know the man nationality, but you get my point. You could tell he was one of them, okay, that we got it, that TV done painted the picture in our mind that terrorists. So the whole time I was at the gathering, I was watching the man. I'll say, I said, we need to keep an eye on him and make sure he don't set off no bomb. I say, I need to stay my distance in case he do something he don't got no business. So I can run or escape or whatever, explosion or whatever you might be doing. So I said, I thought this whole shit out in my head. I said, well, if he did plan anything, he probably planted it up under that stage there that they got that the people gonna be on talking their shit because these were Caucasian people and they like to brag about how they had slavery and they used to hang the black people and stuff like that. Yeah, they still do this. They just had this last year before last. Yeah. And I was already throw the fuck off seeing this. I said, these people is bragging about hanging black people. And I couldn't believe it. No, it does me. Wow. Then I looked up and I seen that Iranian man Pakistani or whatever he was. And I seen him moving around. He looked suspicious. But that man probably just minding his own damn business. I just said he looked suspicious because I was looking for him to do something. Oh, and I thought about it when I got back, left from there and stuff like that. And I got back home, I said, and I was telling a friend of mine, I said, you know what? And I just realized I'm racist. I'll say, because I was looking at that man all crazy and stuff. Looking to make sure he don't do nothing. I said, that man probably over there minding his own business, enjoying the festivities, or to him, that he might just been a tourist or something. He probably was a little shocked that these people was bragging about hanging people himself. And there I was thinking he was the enemy. And I had to ask God to forgive me for that. I said, well, thank God that happened, because it showed and revealed to me in my heart that my heart wasn't right. That just like other people think of black people in a bad way just because we black, well, I was thinking of him in a bad way just because he was that nationality of what they say people, about they country or whatever. So I had asked the God to say, how do you fix that? And he said, well, the only way you can fix that is if you consciously think to judge people by their own individual actions as opposed to what anybody else had to say about them. Because just like you feel when people put you, stereotype you, it's the same way he would feel if he knew how you felt it about him. And I say, yes, Lord. I say, I understand that. So we all learn. That's like I say, well, at some point, we got to realize and see the ugly that's in us in order to change it. You got to see that it's ugly first. Because so long as you think that that's okay, you ain't gonna never want to change it because you think it's okay. Then it's not. So those that think they better than the rich people or whatever they think is the enemy, rich people are not the enemy. The way you thinking about them is the biggest problem. We're gonna end this broadcast, but in the meantime, in between time, keep it real or take your ass back to fantasy land.